then you might do join
And then
and then type in the Google Meets that you provided.
And now, I'm gonna roll through, just let me look at the agenda really quick.
Yeah, you will have to type it in. And we just need to.
Oh, that's the one I sent you.
Yep. Uh-huh.
Um, There has been a lot of questions about
JN.
that's due. By statute, we have to stick to the dates that are in it. Well, people are like, well, can we move the dates? They don't like the dates. I'm like, you can, but we have to do it through changing the statute. So as of right now, that first set of paperwork is due June 20th. And then the second set of paperwork is due July
And
20th.
if that's
And we
all of
can't
it,
do
then
anything
you can join.
But the paperwork itself, the new board is going to have a committee to work with me to make it even better. Because the way it sits right now is not good. We're going to clean it up, but because we're in a hurry right now and it's due right away, we're going to,
How do I get up?
we've recreated it into a PDF click and fill. And then in the money ones, it's click and fill an Excel spreadsheet. And so we're just gonna go with it right now and then we'll clean it up later. But we're gonna start a committee to do that. And that paperwork will go out after today, after you all approve just this year, and then we'll work on new ones for the next go round. Then when they turn in their budgets, what we are required to do is put them all together and kind of summarize and figure out where people are spending their money and where should they be spending their money? Because in reality, the $13,000 you get is not for projects. It's for administration. And you're supposed to follow that administration, what you spend money on. You can spend it on compensation or reimbursement for supervisors. You can spend it on an administrator. You can spend it on an office supplies. Well, that's what an administrator is. I'm trying to get away from the word clerk because that was a 1940s term. So I'm trying to use a new one. Administrator of the district.
We understand now.
Yeah,
Clerk
sorry.
is administrator.
Yeah, I'm just trying to say word administrator because clerk is such an old term that even the budget people are like, what? So I'm trying to bring it around.
Asking for more money that way, we're gonna get a new name.
Yes, and so this year, we're for sure, we have to have the governor's office to support whatever we're gonna ask for, right? And they are not open to us asking for $40,000 per district, but they are open to us asking for about 20,000 per district if we can prove that we're spending it wisely and for something good. Like the first thing Will Green said to me was, well, why do you want more money? What are you gonna do with it? And you can't just say, well, the districts just need more money to run. The tiny baby Jesus. Can you hear us, Amber? No. She's smiling. Yes, you can hear us.
I can hear you.
Yay. Hi, Amber.
Oh,
So we're going to, watch for contracts. I've been working with Dan Fontana and, some others. And they have all said, hey, we're just going to take our money and throw it into contracting. And now AACD is not the one that would be applying for that contract because you guys are a nonprofit. You're not a contractor, but Sage, your faithful management company, can do it for you. And we will do it in your name and try to get as much going as we can to keep going what we've been doing all this time. Once again, as I said in my letter, when Trump came in and threw the bomb in, we're not doing anything different than we've been doing since the 40s.
How do you
you know.
do that? Do it in AACD's name? You get the contract, but do it in AACD's name.
Well, that's what we've been doing because you guys are the nonprofits that they were working with up until now to get grants and agreements, but they're not going to do grants and agreements.
Right, I get that, but how is Sage gonna apply and then put it in?
We're a
AACD?
contractor. We're not going to put it in your name. We're just going to do it for you. We can't put it in your name.
But then,
What we'll do is bring it to the board and say, hey, this is what we got, just like we normally do. And, like, oh, Derek, there's work in your
Right.
area. Like, we will do it. They'll all know that who we are. They all know that even though we're Sage, that we also work for you. As DFFM was struggling to find out, right?
So-
Oh,
Really?
I finally get it.
AACD's gonna be kind of a silent partner? on that?
Yes, you would, but
Okay,
So,
not silent the fact that I'm going to still report to you as if you guys are doing it.
so does the money come to us and then we pay you a check? No, we're out of it.
At that point, it would come to us.
Okay.
But that's the way they want to do it for the next 3 years. Trump doesn't like nonprofits right now. Until we can convince whoever's in charge that we're not evil, that you can work with us, this new, this partnership division where he's putting all the freaking money. Until that happens, they're going to go to contracting. They're not the only ones. I've talked.
James O'Keefe stops getting people on a hot mic saying we're dumping money over the ship to nonprofits. I saw that video. I'm like, we're dead.
Yeah.
We're dead.
Nonprofits
Well,
yeah.
we've got to go
Good
our way
good
of
gold bars on the
separating
ship. I'm like,
good nonprofits from the nonprofits that is destroying this country.
I understand.
I mean,
I
I
agree.
can understand why they're against it, because
I know.
look at the damage that the nonprofits have done.
I totally understand. I'm not looking for a political battle. I'm just saying
No,
that's where we are right now.
What I'm suggesting is we've got to figure out a way of defining us as not
I agree.
that type of a nonprofit.
Yes.
No, somehow we gotta figure out, we don't sue people. Maybe that would be the definition that we can say, this are nonprofits, we do not sue people.
Yep.
Now, the negative nonprofits sue people, like the Forest Guardians and all of that. So maybe that's kind of a definition that we can come up
That
with.
could be. The thing is that we don't get to talk to the Trump administration. It's going to have to be some groups that will do that. And I'm very disappointed in the cattle growers and in the Farm Bureau for getting up there and just being, the only problem is regulation. If you get out of, just give us the money, get out of our way and we'll do it all. Because that's not how to solve it. The way to solve it is to change the law. And they had the opportunity and they're already blown it. They're too busy doing other stuff. So it's all right. I'm not here to debate that. I'm just here to say, this is how we're going to have to handle things for probably the next 3 years. And then
Maybe the dust will settle.
it might.
Yeah.
I know some people are thinking positive and that's great. I want to think positive too.
Not me.
If it,
I never think positive.
right now it sounds like you.
I know.
If it turns around and they offer grants and agreements, if a NOFO goes out from BLM, you bet we're going to apply for it as AACD, like we always do.
I've heard of a mofo. What's a no?
Notice of funding
Of funding.
request.
Well, offer, NOFO. Theirs is NOFO, NOFO.
Right.
RFPs is what NRCS does, which is a
Right.
request for proposal.
Right.
BLNs do NOFOs.
BLNs.
Yeah, and I can't remember what the Forest Service just calls me. They don't publish anything. They just call me and go, can you do this? And we say, of course we can. And then they do it. So I don't know. But now the Forest Service has said, well, we're working on a couple of agreements with them right now, whether or not it goes through. It's the same thing with BLM. They said, we're going to try to publish a NOFO. And they may even get it. Like we may get and drink with them, but they can't put any money in. Because Trump has basically said, we're not going to do that. I think they're trying to establish an OFO so that that process isn't lost. Plus, I've heard that the group of people that handle those in the agencies want a reason to have a job. And so they need to keep that up, or else somebody's gonna say, well, you don't do anything anymore, you're out.
Well, and they can show the backlog
Yes,
of agreements.
Yes.
And say, you're killing us. So, yeah, it's not a,
no, not a bad strategy.
Well,
But
we're in the
the-
process of redoing a whole bunch of stuff with the BLM.
Yeah.
I know Amanda came and she said, things that she's been doing in her office is now going to go to a separate board on the state. So they're in
Yep.
limbo and reorganization, so.
They're having to do that, just like the NRCS, just like the Forest Service. Everything is, I mean, BLM had in Arizona, had an entire department that handled all this and they're all gone. They've either taken their offers, they've been reassigned, or they've quit or been fired. So, that's how he's doing it. He's doom. And like I said, in 2 weeks, the next one occurs. So you may see even more people go. Although I've been told that NRCS is so low, they hope that they won't be cut anymore, but BLM expects more cuts and so does Forest Service, for sure. I don't work with Fish and Wildlife, so I have no idea how they're surviving or not. But, all right, so that's BLM. We are finishing up. We do have a strong agreement with BLM, that's called AIM. It's the monitoring agreement. I remember when we started the monitoring program, I had to have, Sarah and Dawn say to me, why are we doing this? There's no money in it. What are you doing? You're doing it for free. And they're like, let's tell you why we're doing this. And they sold it to me. And it's now one of the biggest programs we have in the state. And there's money from all sorts of people saying, oh yeah, we want to do monitoring. So it's a great job. That information then goes into your portal and everyone gets to see where there's actual ground truthing occurring. And, that really thrills people. Like, well, the other day I gave a presentation to Aster and to Miss Keisha and about the portal. And they were just thrilled that, oh, see, you can show where the ground truthings occurred. You can see where this project's happening. And that's why that agreement is so important. There's funding in it for at least 2 years. I would say. How many sites have you guys done right now?
So we gotta be pushing 50, maybe pushing 70 by the end of the month.
Yeah, they've been really hitting it hard and they spend hours, like they're gone 12, 14, 16-hour days. And they're hiking miles.
Sun up to sundown, get there before sun up to
That's
start
right.
hiking.
That's right. So, it's a great job and they have a great team. And
It's great.
Amber.
what she said.
Can you believe she tried
We're gonna do her so she can talk.
Oh, she's gonna do her
if there's
song.
anything I ever need to know about that, you better take a damn video.
I want it. I'm working on that.
If Amber's what she said.
She says, Fish and Wildlife Service is at 50% capacity in Arizona right now. The upcoming RIF may result in more capacity loss.
Yeah, because that's what's happening. We're getting ready to have another one. And then I heard from the gal in DC that I work with, that they want to do another one in July.
I couldn't hear what Brooke said.
Louder, Brooke.
Amber says the Fish and Wildlife Service is at 50% capacity in Arizona right now. And the upcoming RIF may result in more capacity loss.
So like I heard from one of our Forest Service guys, the one thing that saved Prescott Forest butt is that cut at Drake plant. So that was done like by a private contractor, things like that. The attitude that they've had, again, it's like that again is why we're in a prime position, because we're always like, we don't mind meeting with the ant in the meeting that we don't like. We're always there to do the work. So as we're finding our federal partners stunned and, we're still saying the same thing that we said before. We'll find a way through, we'll get through to get the work, because nobody wants to do her job. Or nobody wants.
Hell no.
I don't understand. Nobody
Like
wants
she
to
wants
do
the
the jobs
horse.
we know need to be done. Like,
Yeah.
we're still the group that gets the work done.
If they get the money,
Yes.
unless Trump comes in and says it's not
Sounds
necessary,
like a campaign.
which is what he's trying to do. He's trying to say that archaeology surveys are not needed. He doesn't want to see it funded. And he just says, oh, well, we're just gonna, say that that's not necessary right now. and just get the money out. But I think that that's gonna come back and bite people on the butt later on if they
Well,
do
it's gonna
that.
take a change in the law.
That's what I said, but
Correct.
yeah, his
Arizona.
office doesn't worry about the law or about what the judges tell them or anything else, so they do whatever they want. Anyway. All right, so that's BLM, and then the statewide one, I would like for them to do NOFO, even if there is no money, that we can continue a 5-year agreement and not have a gap and make it 20 years. I would hate to say, well, we worked for 15 years and then we had to take 5 years off and then get another, you know what I mean? I would hope that we get one, with no money in it. Then we can say we are in partnership with them and we have it on paper. And then we could still go do the contracting if we have to. Because Dan's like, well, I'm gonna lose this money if I don't contract. I'm like, I hear you, go contract. We're gonna do our best to compete with the public and get it. I don't know if we can or not. Okay, so DFFM, we have several agreements with them. Dawn manages what, 25, 27 DFFM agreements?
You make me sound so important. We're getting down to like, we're getting down to like, I think 8 agreements. We've been.
Oh, really? Yeah, we've been closing them out. Well, good job. No, she's doing a fantastic job with them, and DFFM had a little bit of a heartache when I don't know why, they just suddenly was like, oh, we better do something to make our jobs more important. And they decided to go after the fact that you guys had hired Sage, and they thought that I was on the board and I got to vote to hire Sage. And I said, no, I'm not on the board. I don't vote, blah, blah, blah. So we should be cleaning that up. They sent Tim and Tina an email. Tina had signed the agreement and Tim was president now.
Yeah, I told them you're not on the board. You just tell the board what to do.
Well, there you go. That should clean it right up.
Politician.
They have sat on payments of reimbursement for almost, 90 days, right?
Oh,
What? Well, because they've been just running it through and, oh, we have a question. Oh, wait, we have another question. Oh, wait, we have another question. So we have struggled to make payments to people out there doing the work because of that. We're doing the best we can. The money froze for a while and I only had so amount of money in the bank. And I had to keep paying staff. The entire staff, as I've told you before, took a reduction. I myself am not getting paid right now. So nobody has to worry that I'm sitting there taking pay when we have no money. That's not happening. So that is what they don't understand, is that we're going to keep working even if they don't pay us back. We did the best we could with the funding we have to pay the people that were contracting with us, that were doing the fence work. I think we're a little bit behind on 2 of the contractors. Can't remember, who are they?
Michael John Brockett and Zary Magro.
Yeah, both of them, we're behind on payments on them. We did pay them a little bit each month that we could pay. And so, for instance, the Climate Smart grant that we have, they have owed us money for the last 9 months now. They owe us over $500,000 and they still haven't paid it. We're still struggling to get that. I've been in negotiations. I've been working with them. When they pay us back, some of that money goes to our partners, but there's like $350,000 that belongs to us to pay back from the money that we took from other areas to pay the producers. So we should be able to get caught up soon if they'll just pay the frickin' bill. But anyway, so that's what we've been kind of juggling. We've been juggling like, okay, well, let's pay a little bit here. We got a little bit of money. We'll pay a little bit here until they turn all of the grants and agreements on. And the problem that I had with it, fine, if you want to freeze it and review it, we won't do anything until you're done reviewing it. What they did is come in and say, we're not going to pay you for the last 6 months of work. And that's what killed us, because we are a nonprofit. We work on reimbursables. We do not have a pot of money that's off to the side that we're drawing from to pay for everything. And so that's what killed us. Now, some groups were like, well, why don't you have a year's worth of savings? I'm like, because that's not what we do. We do the work. We don't take money off the top of something when it's supposed to go to this guy to build a fence. With the DFFM stuff, we didn't take a dang penny. We just rolled it through and gave it to the producer or the contractor.
The thing that we went to DC and we talked to them, we kind of broke up a little bit of a monopoly down there. They kind of had everything down there. So we did that. You guys take away something. You should be proud of your contractors. These guys have been like Zary May and Michael John Brockett.
Yeah.
Those boys they've stepped out on a limb for us and I've been very proud of them, but they've been pretty good through the whole process, so.
Yeah.
That
They have.
we kind of pulled into a situation where we had one particular group had a stranglehold on the prices down there and had everybody buffaloed, and what you guys kind of created down there. It was great. And so there's been a huge amount of work that's gotten done and kind of changed the culture. The hope is that we start getting blood back, then we don't choke out those people that were loyal.
Yeah, and the money, if DFFM would just pay us, like I said, it's been 90 days. If they would just pay us, we'd be completely caught up.
Yeah.
Because that's what we're waiting on is that reimbursement, you know. Anyway, and we used other monies to keep giving them a little bit each month. So, but we're gonna make it. I know we are. We're fine. It's just, just gonna take a little bit of time. And so, okay, so that's BLM, DFFM, and we also have a DFFM down with Whitewater Draw. And they're supporting the Forest Service's efforts in thinning for fires. And that's what we're working on right now with them. And it's a good effort. You don't want your forest to burn to the ground where all your producers are. I don't know how many producers are in that area. Do you?
I'd have to count.
Oh, okay.
Like in the area that they're working, it's in one allotment
Okay.
because that's where the ranger district is. That's where Camp Rucker, historic site is, and then that's where those campgrounds are.
Okay.
It's in one producer.
In one
allotment.
producer's
Yeah,
lot.
it's Chase's allotment.
Oh, it's Chase? Are you serious?
Well, it was his father-in-law.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, I didn't know
He's
that.
running.
But so the district then tells these producers, hey, this is happening because we went after money to get it done.
What's happening?
We're working with DFFN, or I'm sorry, with Forest Service to do thinning to stop, for fire support. And, we also got another agreement with, that's Forest Service. So DFFM. And so that was an instance where state money was partnered with federal money and they were able to do a larger area. And then we're going, as soon as HFI comes out again, which we found out is federal money. And so they don't have it either, which is why HFI has not been announced for somebody to apply for. We're ready to apply for another chunk of money. I don't know if it's on the same allotment or on somebody else's allotment to keep going and expanding beyond this area. They want to cover the whole area with fire mitigation efforts and do thinning. And, so we're working on that, but the problem is that HFI normally rolls out in April and it didn't because they're waiting for their money too.
Mm.
And they may not get it either. Who knows? Like I said, Trump's not happy with that. So, so that's DFFM. Forest Service, we have so many agreements that we're slogged through the reporting period. Overall on the Coronado, we have several agreements. One is, and it's on your area again, Whitewater Draw area. We're doing the same thing. They want thinning, they want pipelines, they want waters. And we were in the middle of putting in fencing for them when Trump shut it all down. We got, halfway through one of the fence sections and then he went. We supposedly can continue. So I turned in a quarterly report requesting some funding. We're going to see if it comes. Supposedly it's been turned back on, but until I see the money, I don't know that I agree with it. As the Forest Service said from the very beginning, they kept saying it's business as usual. We aren't turning you down. We're not stopping you. We're not doing anything. We just aren't paying you for what we owe you. So,
But you still work.
yeah. Oh, they actually questioned me as to why I pulled contractors off. And I said, because you didn't pay me for the last 6 months of work. So, that's how it works. We do some jobs, you pay us, we keep going. We were able to keep going in some areas and that really helped our relationship with the Tonto Forest because they are really eager to get those fences done. We didn't have everybody going. We had to pull some contractors off, but we kept our own internal groups going. The Sage, the Sage staff, we kept them out there building because we could. Because I could say, yeah, no, you're gonna keep working. We'll get you. Anyway, so we were able to keep doing that. And so it looked like we kept our head above water at a time when they were unable to pay us back. The Forest Service has paid us back for up to a point, But that's why I'm waiting to see if it happens again. If it happens again, I will believe the story that the agreements are okay. Until then, I never got anything in writing, so I don't know. We also have, an agreement with the KIBAD, and that's for monitoring. Yes. They wanted to expand that monitoring program. The Prescott has one because, Dawn and, others went up there and got money out of the county to help with monitoring on Forest Service lands to keep the community working with the Forest Service. That's kind of the basis that Dawn went in, because it was getting ready to explode and they were getting ready to sue the Forest Service and carry on. And so Dawn was able to get in there, get in an MOU and, was able to make everyone happy and get funded.
And there is nothing better than sitting with the Fed and them not financially contributing and you doing the work. It changes their whole attitude.
Yeah.
It's a fantastic relationship.
They're like, oh, here you go. Sorry, you couldn't do it. We got it. Here you go. Yeah. Oh, that's a good thing.
I'm just wondering, is our parking going to be in jeopardy? Where we're parked out? Where I'm parked, it's only 2 hours.
Oh, well, right next to it is all open. Oh,
Okay, so we need
Free. They need to move.
what time is it? Yeah, when we break here for lunch real quick, you might want to move, because right here at the entrance is 2 hours, but right to the left of it is all the time.
Okay.
It's huge. There's tons of parking.
How do we get there?
You just,
I got to drive out of the parking
no,
lot.
no, you're right here. It's all connected. So see this section right here? Right where these white vans are and everything, that's 2 hours.
You and I are going to the same.
Yeah, we gotta move.
Yeah, there's no cars. That's the open to the world.
Damn it, I parked there because
red truck out
You're
You're also taking the red
Well,
truck.
I know you guys need to move cars, you'll go after and get your lunch, go ahead. And then I can just update people on more agreements as we need. I think we got the important stuff out of the way, like how we're gonna operate, how we're gonna move this group forward. But basically, on all of the NRCS agreements are the only ones that we've not been paid on. Those are the only ones still frozen.
Did we
Is
hear
NRCS.
back from Martin's office or Kelly's office? They were gonna ask about the.
No, they did that. I sent them the information. They said, thank you very much. And that was it.
So it sounds like a lot of those have been released. Is it just a state issue? A state,
Oh, I'm sure.
just a state?
We've been put in charge. We no longer have Ralph because Ralph retired.
Oh,
Ralph retired, yes.
Big news.
And then unfortunately, we got Rebecca De La Torre back. So she's now in charge of us and she's in charge of all the team leads, which does not make people happy. And so everything we do now, she has to approve.
So she's not on detail anymore.
So
She's
she came
physically
home,
here.
she came home to help her state.
Oh,
That's what she
my
told me.
God. Gotta love her.
You gotta love her. So on the NRCS agreements, we are working to try to get them released. And at first I was told, oh, there's no funding going to be added to it. This is it. Just do your work. We're done. But then the other day when we talked to Astor was like, oh, there will be probably funding in the future for technical support because they don't have enough staff to do it. It's an argument with the budget. So if you looked at Trump's budget, he said for TA, which is the technical assistance, he had only 5% of the budget, which means they have to fund themselves first and then try to get help. And it's not enough to get anything done. And then the rest is FA. It's going to be tight. Until the Democrats come back in, it's going to be tight. Just as simple as that.
Well, personally, I hope it's tight for the next 12 down years for that.
That is totally up to you. Lamar Smith would be here cheering and throwing confetti.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah.
I'm over here going, oh my God, don't you understand?
I mean,
And
I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, I know. And I get it when you say, oh, great, our taxpayer dollars aren't going for all this stuff, but I think our system is set up with farmers and ranchers across the nation. If you don't have that, things are going to go south rapidly. If you have fires and you can't put those fences back up and those waters back in, you ain't going to be on the force.
Yeah.
And people don't get that. And if you don't do it legally and correctly with NEPA and ARC and a conservation plan, it's going to go south when you get sued.
Yeah.
But people don't get that. That's the problem. Anyway, I'm not going to keep going.
No,
Amber heard all the
it's
time.
neat.
Poor Amber's like, oh my God.
Get out of our way.
The other thing that's been frozen is our RCPPs. We had the 25 million for brush control, fences and waters, and we had 5 million for that as well, plus several easements down in the Whitewater Draw. They're frozen. We don't know if we're going to get them back. Astor did say the other day when we met, and he met with Amber too. and Frank and Bill. Anyway, he met with a bunch of folks, but he did try to
And
say
Steve-
without saying it that there might be something, but very little money in it. Like it would come back, but not a whole lot of money. And then he said, and then that the people that handle them, you know, because I had been talking about Jennifer and Meredith, he goes, oh, that may be reassigned. Like, in other words, they've been given other jobs and other things to do, that it may be regional or national that handle the RCPPs, because Trump doesn't trust them because they're nonprofits that got the money. So mostly, I mean, that's just mostly applying for nonprofits for that money. So we'll
So
see what
he,
happens.
he don't know anything about this kind of crap.
No,
So is it, what's her name, Brooke Rollins or
Yeah.
whatever, that's advising him on,
well, she advises the USDA.
She is the US.
Oh, okay, who's the NRCS one?
Yeah.
The Texas one. She's the one that's going through all the NRCS agreements, her and her. Then
okay,
she's telling the USDA chick, and the USDA chick's
Right.
telling Trump.
yeah.
That's okay.
Well, at least they're kind of Western people. I mean,
They have
Texas
to-
doesn't count.
No, because it's
No.
private land, and if they don't care, they just get money and roll it out on the ground. They don't have to do all the legal crap.
yeah,
That's the problem. They don't understand it. Anyway, we're just gonna keep going. We're doing good. I'm not worried about it. We're gonna look for grants and agreements if they come out. I'm not counting on it. And then we're gonna go for contracts. That I do believe is gonna happen. It's not gonna be very much money, and we'll deal with it. And then in 3 years, when the Republican Party gets blown into oblivion, because it's gonna happen, then we'll talk about it then. We will still be here.
Deborah, you're doing a good job. Thank you so much.
Well, the whole team. I can't do it without my team. This is the team. We have Dawn, we have Sarah, we have Brooke, we have Wendy, we have Heather, we have Weston. It's a great team, and we do it all together. Everything we do together.
That includes it.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Poor Sarah is the one that just runs into the ground like constantly.
I'm just in the field. It's kind of nice. No one can contact me.
If you weren't in the field, we wouldn't be getting the work.
No.
That technical stuff is what's important. And so, yeah, no, you can go and have a conversation with Lamar on your phone and from above.
Yeah.
He would be thrilled with what's happening. He'd be saying exactly what you're saying.
But look how good it's gonna be when we come out the other side and they have everything organized. All the money they have been wasting and spending on lawsuits and all kinds of stuff, it's all gonna change. And maybe this country will be able to survive.
Maybe, I hope it works. I hope that they make it law. Because if he keeps just doing his executive orders, it ain't gonna
right,
matter.
it's
Well-
Congress that's,
Yes.
Well, Congress is
Couldn't do
working,
anything.
there's several committees out there that are working on changing some of the laws such as the Endangered Species Act.
So you
But they
dismiss,
say either move their cars or not and eat lunch, because when these other people start rolling in, we're gonna clean up. And then only the new board is up here.
Like I can do like a letter pattern and I can.
is that mandatory?
This is the second one I've had. It's remarkable.
Yeah, no, I didn't. But did you see the letter, guys? The one that says the bigger one?
What are we doing? Are we supposed to come back here?
He wants us just to answer the questions.
I mean, don't you have to have
I know.
some-
So why are we-
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Lunch, yep, there's lunch
All right,
there.
all right, thank you.
He's going down with the work you put.
If we don't have ownership or legal, who are you waiting on?
See, does it take you off? Oh, why is that happening?
Just, you're gonna have to mute yourself. Mute your microphone.
share best practices, and manage conservation efforts statewide. The NRCB also manages a fund that supports conservation projects with state or federally funded grants. Each district is managed by 3 elected supervisors and 2 appointed supervisors. Conservation districts are hubs of conservation at the local level, providing education, community outreach, and essential support for conserving natural resources across Arizona. Conservation districts coordinate technical, financial, and educational resources to meet local conservation needs. Under Title 41, Arizona's conservation districts have authorized powers to manage natural resources effectively. These powers include running projects, providing tools, securing funding, and enforcing conservation efforts. The power to cooperate is key for conservation districts. By working with landowners, operators, and state or federal agencies, districts can create sustainable, tailored solutions. Districts have many responsibilities, from planning and collaboration to securing support and providing assistance. Their activities include connecting land users with conservation services, assessing resource needs, prioritizing natural resource
How you doing?
Good. How about you?
Well, get ready to go into a conference call here. So,
Oh, okay.
but I did bring back some of that beef red chili for you in refried beans. So
Well, you gave me something this morning.
well, that's right. Excuse me, I meant curry. Sorry, curry.
Yeah, thank you.
What time are we looking to head out Friday?
I don't know. They're going to call me Thursday afternoon. I requested something later, like at 11 o'clock, so we don't have to leave here so early, because I told them we have, a good hour and a half drive to get down there. So,
Yeah. Okay.
okay.
All right. Well, keep me posted.
Okay, I will. Bye.
Okay,
Thanks.
bye.
You might be seeing-
I said, when this,
Oh, we lost it all.
it all went away. It might have.
What you do? Hi. How are you?
Like a power now.
Yeah.
What is moving?
I still can't believe we lost him.
Think it's.
Don't measure. Well, that's how you turn it off and on, yeah? Like a.
think it's good.
That is.
It's good to be safe. That's what I said. Good thinking. Look, we on this side.
The alternative. What's that? It's a different deal.
Look, we on this side of the dirt.
It's completely different. Like you said.
And you're safe.
It wasn't. You get the.
It's coming back.
He's not. I remember. I saw it.
It's
So beautiful, but
It's really weird because all of a sudden, just as she was ready to start diving out, but they did.
That's not a very good place to be.
I did say.
Yeah. You went down there
Excuse me, folks, we're gonna go ahead and call to order and get started because it's 1:02. I don't want to hold people up. My name is Deborah Smith. I am the acting administrator for this board, and we will just get started. If you all look at your books, you should have all of the meeting materials in there. For those folks that are attending virtually or here in the room that do not have the books with all the materials, all of those materials are available on a website. At this moment, this board doesn't have a website. So we have them posted at aacd1944.com/NRCB. And it'll have the agenda and all of this information on it. So we're going to move into the agenda. That was A, call to the order, explaining why I'm up here talking. We're going to go to B, which is member roll call. And that part of that is that welcome and introductions of the individuals that are sitting up here at this table. So we'll start at this end, sir. Please introduce and explain why you're here, and then we'll go around.
Okay. I'm Paul Brierly. I'm Director of Arizona Department of Agriculture. Grew up in farming and came back to production ag as an adult out in Southeast Arizona. Worked for the Farm Bureau for quite a while. Know some of these fine people. And then I was in Yuma running an ag research center there. And now as Director of Department of Ag, I'm one of the appointees, I guess. I'm here because you told me to be here. No, actually, the more I learn about NRCDs and everything, it's amazing the different things, soil health and water conservation and all the things that I care about that drive me to keep agriculture productive as we face these challenges. I'm really excited about the opportunities.
Tim Grandy, I'm also here because she told me to be here. Chairman of Buckeye Valley NRCD, President of Arizona Association of Conservation Districts, lifelong resident, well, not yet. Arizona. I was in court one time testifying, nothing I did, okay? But they asked me if I'd lived in Buckeye all my life, and I said, not yet. Yeah, the prosecution didn't think it was fun.
What team area are you from, sir? It's on the front of your thing, sorry.
Area 3.
Area 3. That's why there's a map, and we will, but once again, maps online, so you all can see which areas that these appointees are coming from.
Yeah.
I'm Ray Martinez. I'm from Parker, Arizona, chairperson of the Parker Valley Natural Resource Conservation District, representing the Colorado River Tribes District, and also a member of the new board covering Area 4.
Good afternoon. My name is Clay Crowder. I'm here on behalf of designee for Director Finley, Arizona Game Fish Department, who is based on statute one of the Pompo Park. It's good to see you. As most of you know, Arizona Game and Fish Department has a really close relationship with NRCDs across the state and working closely on projects that benefit producers and wildlife. And so I'll be here on Director Finley's behalf. Glad to be here. Really appreciate it.
I'm Claudette Haverfield. I am a second generation rancher from Montana, mostly all of Arizona, a little bit of New Mexico. I have been a part of Triangle as a board supervisor. Correct me if I'm wrong, Wendy, but I think since 17 or 18, and I chair our Ed Center. And I was told I had to be here too because I got appointed by the president of the Senate. But I really like being part of the NRCD. I'm glad I get to be more proactive. I'm ready to get the ball rolling and let's see what we can do for our state and our ranchers and our wildlife and all of our partners that we're working.
Good afternoon. My name is Derek Knight. I'm a fourth generation rancher from Springville, Arizona, up in the White Mountains. I am the local chairman of our natural resource district, the Apache district in Springville. I'm also a past state chairman of Arizona Association of Conservation Districts, and I'm a natural resource construction. I own a natural resource construction company that does a lot of ranch and rangeland restoration, water lines, pipelines, crash line restoration projects for a lot of the producers in our area. So very glad to be here. I'm sitting on this board as we continue to organize how we're putting conservation on the ground in Arizona.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Sadie Lister. I am with the Little Colorado River Soil and Water Conservation District, also the secretary to the AACD board, and also a rancher and a farmer, dryland farmer, and then just happy to be here and also appointed.
How many generations has your family been in Arizona?
Long enough, but I guess I can say as far back, maybe third generation for me. It's probably longer than that, but yeah,
Probably.
I can vouch for my grandfather too, where I'm at right now. But yeah, he's done the work many more years before then too, but yeah.
I'm Bill Dunn. I'm a chairman of the Winkleman District, and I'm out of Yellow One, 2. Glad to be here.
I'm District 6, by the way.
Well,
There he is.
Deborah said I'm glad to be here.
You are.
My name is Frank Krantz. I am in District 8. For Whitewater Draw. I'm currently second vice president of Arizona Association of Conservation Districts. I chair the Southwest Committee for the National Association of Conservation Districts. I am chairman of Malachi Borderlands Group down there in my area, and also the president of my local school board. 5th generation rancher. My family's been in Arizona producing cattle since 1907.
Hey, good afternoon, everybody. I'm Tom Torres. I'm the director of the Department of Forestry and Fire Management, also known as the State Forester. And so at DFFM, that's the acronym for our department, we have jurisdictional responsibility for land or vegetation management on the Arizona State Trust Lands. It's about 9 million acres across the state of Arizona. I also have responsibility for fire suppression, fire management on another 12 million acres of unincorporated private. And so we're sort of a unique organization with both big fire department, but we also are a land management agency. I'm really excited to be here because, you know, I think there's a lot of overlap with the work we do and the work you all do. And so I'm really appreciative of the invite to be here. I guess officially, according to the scorecard here, I'm a governor's appointment. So good to be with you all.
Brett McFrank, 4th generation rancher from the Arizona Strip and in House Rock Valley. I'm the chairman of the Fredonia NRCD. Been doing that for a number of years. I was also, prior to that, I was on the city council for 24 years. Half of it probably on the council and half being the mayor, which was real rewarding. Anyway, happy to be here and look forward to this organization.
I'm Keisha Tatum. I'm a state conservationist with USDA Natural Resources Conservation Service. And I don't think I'm on the board, but but Deborah told me to be here. Same story.
My name is Sarah Hicks. I'm with the Attorney General's Office, Natural Resource Section. I can't say how many generations my family has been here, but I was born and raised in Arizona, down in Cochise County. Went to undergrad in Tucson, law school here in Phoenix, and I've been with the Attorney General's Office since 2016. And we assist in representation of various boards, and we're happy to be here for you.
So I'm David Jacobs. I'm also with the Natural Resources Section of the Attorney General's Office. My family has not been here as long as Sarah's, but just so you all know, we do represent the state forester as well. We also represent the state land department. So see us around and see our names. No problem. And but yeah, we're not on board. We're here to represent you. We're your concerns.
Thank you so much. And without them, we would not be here today because they have guided me every step of the way and really supported me in helping to get this rolling. The map that's in your booklet, and it is online for everyone else, is a map that represents the areas that these folks have been talking about. In the establishing statute, the governor's office appointed 4 individuals across these areas, these geographic areas, and the Senate president appointed 2, and the House Speaker appointed 2, and then the governor also appoints 3 out of 4 state agencies, and she appointed the Department of Ag, the Department of Forestry and Fire Management. I always want to flip it. And the Department of Game and Fish. And so that's why you have a board of 11 members that are voting. Before we jump in, we are going to do a brief presentation on, this is kind of part of the introductory discussions. And I know most of you, if not all of you, know this information, but we're going to throw up a quick training video. The State Association, the Arizona Association of Conservation Districts, that supports all 42 districts across the state, have over 80 training videos about, and they're broken up. They're like 2-3 minute videos that explain different aspects of the conservation districts and how they function. And so it's available on our website under conservation programs and the training part of it. And so I'd like to play this one really quick. It's actually 4.5 minutes. I thought it was 3, but we're going to play it anyway, just so you can get a brief idea of what, because the whole point of this statute is that you are here to administer these folks, right? And so you kind of need to make sure we all know who they are. So we're going to play this video really quick.
In 1941, Arizona adopted the Federal Soil Conservation District law, establishing the state's conservation districts. The first 4 districts to form were Gila Valley, Apache, Navajo County, and Whitewater Draw in 1942. Originally, only cropland was included in the district's responsibilities. However, in 1954, their scope expanded to include rangeland as well, increasing Arizona's total conservation districts to 46, later pared down to 42. 1980 saw the Enabling Act of Tribal Soil and Water Conservation Districts, and today, there are a total of 10 tribal districts across Arizona. Arizona's conservation districts were originally guided by a declaration of policy, established under Title 37. This policy now falls under Title 41, reflecting Arizona's focus on sustainable resource management in the 21st century. This long-standing declaration of policy grants districts the authority to restore and conserve state lands and soil, preserve water rights and prevent soil erosion, protect natural resources and wildlife, safeguard public lands, restore rivers, streams, and vital habitats, and promote public health, safety, and overall well-being. In December 1944, the Arizona Association of Conservation Districts held its first official meeting. The AACD provides resources, guidance, and advocacy to help your district lead local conservation efforts. In 1992, the association became a federally recognized nonprofit. Today, Arizona has 42 conservation districts, which are administered through the Natural Resource Conservation Board. The NRCB supports districts in implementing conservation programs and ensuring compliance with state regulations. They help districts collaborate, share best practices, and manage conservation efforts statewide. The NRCB also manages a fund that supports conservation projects with state or federally funded grants. Each district is managed by 3 elected supervisors and 2 appointed supervisors. Conservation districts are hubs of conservation at the local level, providing education, community outreach, and essential support for conserving natural resources across Arizona. Conservation districts coordinate technical, financial, and educational resources to meet local conservation needs. Under Title 41, Arizona's conservation districts have authorized powers to manage natural resources effectively. These powers include running projects, providing tools, securing funding, and enforcing conservation efforts. The power to cooperate is key for conservation districts. By working with landowners, operators, and state or federal agencies, districts can create sustainable, tailored solutions. Districts have many responsibilities, from planning and collaboration to securing support and providing assistance. Their activities include connecting land users with conservation services, assessing resource needs, prioritizing natural resource issues, and tracking progress toward goals. These are just a few of the many tasks districts handle to support conservation efforts. Arizona's conservation districts focus on key areas you'll engage with as a supervisor: soil health, air and water quality, livestock and wildlife, energy, plants, and environmental compliance. Each of these focus areas will be important to different groups and individuals in your district. As a supervisor, you play a vital role in conserving Arizona's resources for future generations. Continue to engage with your community, stay informed, and drive local conservation efforts. And remember, land users need you to represent them.
That's kind of it in a nutshell, right? I mean, that just talks about everything that they have. And there's a lot more. You could watch the next video, I mean, you could go on for hours. But they're
In the years
to get in and take a look, pick one that is of interest to you. But that one just kind of broke down the statute, like why are you all here and what is it that these districts do, and how you administer and support them. One of the things that I would like to point out is that with the formation of this board, there are now 2 funds of money that you all will be administering. Not only the fund of the monies that are already in the statute that have to do with the actual administration of each district, make sure they're doing what they're supposed to be doing, but also a conservation fund, as mentioned there, which is where funding may come from either the state legislature or state grants or from federal grants. So one day we might get lucky and go after a big, Natural Resource Conservation Services RCPP grant, which we've done with the State Association and the Game and Fish and Department of Florida, Forestry and Fire Management. We did that and we were awarded one. That was kind of on hold at the moment, but in the future, it'll be this board that can the statutes set up to where you'll have some ways to apply for that and then manage administer those funds directly to the conservation districts. So wait, okay, real quick, before we jump into the, oh no, this is right, the establishing statutes. Yep, Brooks got me online here. I just wanted to show you briefly that in your book and then also online, I know we're having some technical difficulties with the information that's up here that should be online, and I apologize for that. We're working on getting that paid operational, but we will have it taken care of by the end of the night. We've had a few technical difficulties with this stuff as well, so we're working our way through it. But in this statute, you can roll through and see that your main purpose is to make sure that they function correctly. And I'm going to put up a PowerPoint really quick. I'm going to steal from Miss Sarah's PowerPoint really quick, because in my opinion, this covers it in a nutshell right there. Oh, it's not showing. Hold on, we're going to flip over to it really quick. Yeah, I was told that if we'd done all of this up in Google, that it would be easier. So we've learned, I've learned, next time, anything that goes to this meeting is going to be created in Google rather than created somewhere else and tried to upload. So I've learned, we're so used to dealing with Teams, but we're in Google right now. So you don't mind if I share your one slide, because her slides, awesome, her presentation's awesome. She's going to give that, but this one I believe is the important part, which is on the agenda. We were going to go over the establishing statutes and the purpose and mission. There it is. You're going to appropriate assistance, offer appropriate assistance to the districts. So in other words, when they come to these meetings and put in their public comment, they're going to be asking for support for certain things. You're going to keep the supervisors of the district informed. So you're going to have your website, you're going to have all the information and also all of the assistance that you provide in guiding them on funds. It's all going to be given to them and keep them informed. You're going to coordinate the programs. In other words, for instance, Apache and Navajo County NRCs work together. This board is going to help coordinate that. And you're going to require the supervisors of each district to file with the board annually. So you're going to have administrative duties of making sure they file their annual plan of work, their annual reports, their annual financial report, and their annual request for funding. That information then will be collated, summarized, put together, and then this board will decide on a final budget for each district, up to $40,000 for each NRCD and SWCD, and up to $60,000 for each education center, because that's what's in the statute that can be requested by this board. That's just the administrative fund. And then that information is going to be summarized, put together, and then the board's going to vote and say, yep, here's the final one that goes forward. And then we will be submitting that on behalf of the conservation districts. You're also, of course, going to be dealing with how do we, flow any funds that are put into your conservation fund and administer and make sure that they're spent correctly and reporting back to the governor. In the statute, it says you have to report once a year. And so we'll be doing that as well. We have to secure the cooperation and assistance of the United States. So we all know that we have lots of federal partners, and the key partner, as we all know, is Ms. Keisha Tatum here, state conservationist. She's here. And you, of course, as a board can appoint advisors. And we all know, I know, because I've had many people come up to me and say, make sure that we have Ms. Keisha at the table. So here she is. And then disseminate information. And so that's your annual report. The point of that annual report is to actually put it together, summarize it, and report it. Report it, to all the legislators, the governor, out and about to the people of Arizona and amongst the districts themselves. You are required by statute to meet at least quarterly, and you're required to adopt administrative rules. And so that's part, I know that the agenda for this meeting is all about administration, but that has to come first. And once you get established and we get the administration going and the flow of all that, then you can get to the fun stuff and the meat, which is like organizing yourselves and working together to solve any issues that might be happening in the state and or to apply for funding to move more money in.
So previously, the districts were under state land department, right?
Yes, so Title 37 had been administered by the State Land Department. When they first formed back in 1942, they were administered by a board, and it was the Department of Ag, the Department of Game and Fish, and the State Land Department. And then later on, they agreed that they didn't need to meet that way, and so State Land stood up and said, well, we'll take them. And so they moved to under state land. And then later on, since things have been growing and changing, and missions have changed, amongst the districts over time, it just became more apparent that it would be better for them to stand out on their own and once again form a board that brings lots of folks to the table. And so that's why we kind of moved it back around and said, to the governor's office and to the legislators, can we please, have the districts doing, holding themselves up, standing on their feet, doing their work, and then of course have some of those state partners at the table. You can only have federal partners at the table as advisors. A state board cannot have a federal folks on. So that's why you all are here. Does that make sense?
Yes, that makes sense. And then my question is, Has much changed for the districts as far as we talked about the reporting and all that?
No,
Is a lot changing for them, or is it mainly just the direct
Well-
instead of state lands?
both, in the sense that one of the issues is that you all are going to set up some rules and some steps for them to follow, because right now they're not real clear. But you have the ability to clear some of it up inside of your bylaws and in your policies. And so one of the issues they've struggled with for years, because when the reporting guidelines were set up, they were set in the 40s, and they really haven't changed since, and they really need to be defined better. And with the help of the Attorney General's office, we'll make sure as you flush out your policies and bylaws to make sure you're only doing what you're allowed to do, but also to give the districts more support because they're asking for support. They want better ways to report and better ways to request funding. And so that is going to be one of the, maybe, I don't know if you guys think of the administrative stuff as the fun stuff or not, but I do. But in the end, yes, you're all responsible for that. And we'll work through it through committees and so forth and your support staff. And then in the end, roll it out to the districts. And then the meat of it though, will be dealt with it with you all at a public meeting as you discuss and decide what you're doing. But you won't have to do the physical work. You'll have a team that will support you and do all of that. Does that make sense? Okay. Anyway, so that's why that list is there. And when you had that list, I was like, oh, well, that's what I was going to say. So I thought, well, there's no point in making two of it. So, and so that's why you have the title in there, and then we'll have an electronic version online, and you guys can pick apart as you go. And as I've been told repeatedly, there are some things that still need cleaning up in the administrative, in the statute. And that there are hopes from the district that other things will get cleaned up. For instance, for example, the election law. The election law is very old, it's antiquated, it doesn't support how the districts function today. And so they need some help, but that will have to go through the legislature, of course, and get approved. But the bringing the districts together, getting their information on what they think would work versus not, summarizing it, bring it to you all will be the ones to produce something that you would like to give to the legislatures and the governors on what kind of changes you'd like to see to that statute. Okay, so next we're going to do, so that I can quit talking, we're going to elect a temporary chair. And so I will just ask for someone to please make a motion.
Also move for Frank Krantz.
Second.
We have a first and a second for Frank Krantz as temporary chair. Can I have a vote, please? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay? Thank you. Frank, you're up.
Okay. Thank you, guys. I will try my best to make sure that this goes smoothly. Next item on the agenda is the consideration and possible action to approve administration officer.
So up until now, just as a background, I've just been the acting administrator so that you all could get organized and get moving. Within the statute, it says that you can contract with a group to be the administrative group here. And, or you can hire a state employee. However, you have no funds to hire a state employee. And so you don't actually have funds at the moment to contract with anyone. I believe we were talking about that, and they can contract for $1, or what's the actual language they're going to do was they select to contract with us.
Well, let me read this after this.
It says that we can contract, and we just have to, I think we were going to work on it some more. I'm sorry, I wasn't trying to put you guys on the spot.
No, that's okay.
We had talked about a way for you to legally contract when you don't have any money. And so
I mean,
we could just
I
say
think
all considerations.
I mean, I think it'd be an MOU until you get one.
Okay, that's great with me.
It's supposed to be an agreement.
Okay, so you all could basically appoint me.
Yes,
For now.
or AAC.
It would be the AACD executive director. And then that way, if I get run over by an 18-wheeler tomorrow, whoever takes my spot, you'd still be covered.
Okay, so after that, we're looking for a MOU or just an appointment?
You guys are approving reaching an agreement to retain the entity until the end of the fiscal year, basically, and then next fiscal year, we would see what your financial situation is, then we could change the mechanism.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, so
Great.
so be motion. I'll second that.
Okay, we got, do I need to say area or just first name for the minutes? We have
Just the name.
Ray and Brent. So, could you repeat the motion that we're gonna, so everybody is clear with it?
So the motion to retain, how do you?
Arizona Association of Conservation Districts Executive Director.
Executive Director as your administrative officer until the end of the fiscal year.
So that motion has been first and seconded. Any discussion on motion? Hearing none, move to the vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, signify by say aye. Hearing none, motion passes unanimously. Next item on the agenda is drawing for lots. So on this one, it has been recommended that, you want to explain it or just want to start pulling numbers? So that this has been set up that the areas that the people that are on this new NRCB board has staggered terms to begin with. There'll be terms of like the full number and it'll be 1, 2, or 3. That will be your current year term that you will serve on the current lot. And then after that, that position will then maintain a 3-year term. So it would be, he'll serve for 1 year, I could be 2 years, he could be 3 years. Then once his term is over after year 1, either the next person that falls in that seat will maintain a 3-year term to sit on the board. And then when my 2-year term would end up, I would 3-year term, so that everything will eventually be on a 3-year rotation, staggered rotation for the board. Does everybody have an understanding of it?
Yep.
It's clear as mud.
The only little clarification is that the 3 state individuals are just appointed at will. It's not, they get appointed just as the governor decides.
Okay.
The only ones doing lots are the others.
Okay, so it's
They,
just the area.
they serve
supervisors.
at hers or his pleasure.
So everybody good? All right.
All
Let's
right.
start around the table.
So I
Draw
want to
lot.
make sure everyone understands, I studied how to do lot draws very thoroughly. And so I made sure that all the paper was correct and folded so that you can't see anything and that there are not any different sizes. My team helped me make sure we cut them right and fold them right so nobody can tell what they're drawing.
What happens if your hand don't fit in there?
That wasn't a little bit.
Got two, yeah.
Oh, you got one too. You got one too.
Oh, my goodness.
Did you get two? No, you got one. You got one. Okay, for the record, sir, how many,
Area 1, 3 years.
going back, go over. I guess I'm gonna have to do this for Frank too. I guess I needed a bigger jar.
You missed that in the study guide, didn't you?
I did.
Area
I
eight,
tested it. I
2
went,
years?
oh, yeah. 2 years?
2 years.
2 years?
What's it?
Ooh. 2 years. What area, sir?
Oh, yellow.
2.
Area 2, 2 years. I didn't even think, sorry. Okay. I tested it. That was good.
1 year, area.
Can you hear that? Area 6?
We missed what Frank was. What
2 years,
What year, what area?
8.
Sorry, we'll speak up.
Uh-oh.
Area 5, 3 year.
Oh, I can fit. Area 7, 3 year.
Area 4, 1 year.
I bet $5.
Area 3. You can pull that, and I'll go put my glasses on.
2 years.
2 years.
All right, is that everything we need for that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that'll be recorded in minutes of what areas and their staggered terms for. The next thing we're gonna move is to item F, that's the discussion of strategic and operational issues. We'll leave that off with item A, goals and priorities. Do I need to refer to the chat?
So what you do is you flip through, you have that little piece of paper, and so you get past the statute to the next page. You'll have Arizona State Board rules and responsibilities. Now, these roles and responsibilities are just very general ones that I found as I researched everything under the Attorney General's office and under statute and everything. And this board can decide later on when you, this is just discussion period, when you get to the consent part, you're going to be forming committees. If you all want to tackle the roles and responsibilities for certain individuals on this board, you can do that. This is just general stuff. It was not a recommendation by me as you're acting. It's not a recommendation from the Attorney General's office. It's just you all can work on that if you want. But right now, this is just general ones derived from the state.
So is that, this is what is under these goals and
Yeah, it's just a standard
priorities?
one to think about. So for now, we all know what board members are responsible for doing. You know, what you do is you form committees, what advisors can do for you, what your administrative officer can do for you, and what a records officer can do for you. Because when you get further down, you're going to be making some votes on forming committees to work on stuff and forming, and part of what you're going to be working on is forming your bylaws and policies. And you'll want to put some of that information into the, in there, as well as just establishing what you want as your roles and responsibilities to be for these individuals. Okay, it's just for information only at the moment. And discussion, if anybody says, well, wait a minute, I'd like to see the role of this individual added to this list with some descriptive information.
Will we be taking motion and?
Not at the
approval of
moment.
this? No, just a discussion.
This is just discussion period.
Okay.
And I don't know if you all have anything you want to say about that.
No, I mean, I think at the point was in discussion just to help you guys evolve your thinking about ultimately where you're going. It was a summary to start but if you can discuss it now, if you're ready, you can discuss it later. It's really just you guys have a lot of responsibilities actually. So how you organize this going forward is kind of part of the stuff.
I think that ultimately you do want it in some roles and responsibilities to laid out in either your bylaws or in your policies. Just defining a board. So if anyone has any questions about a role or responsibility that you might have on this board, or if you're wondering, well, why is Miss Keisha here? What does that advisor do for you? That kind of thing. Then that you can have a discussion right now if you want, or we can move on and just figure that it's something you want to put into committee to talk about, and or just say that we're going to probably have either the bylaws or the policy committee discuss this further and give recommendations to the board.
I think as we come up with our bylaws and our policies that this stuff will kind of weed its way out where it needs to end up landing. And we may have specific discussions at that point on these different roles and things.
I think the important one, just having worked with these folks over here and done all the reading and everything, is just to remember as a board, you are responsible to establish policy and to guide the districts, and that you are making a commitment to participate in the meetings and be prepared and, have the information ready to discuss. And then, of course, the oversight of it and the public engagement. And you'll learn more during during Sarah's presentation on open meeting laws and how you engage with the public carefully. So
One thing jumps out on committee formation. Does the membership, are they required to be board members, or can we have outside people on our committees?
that is a question for these days.
My understanding of it was that the committees are formed, they're basically subcommittees of the board. So it would be board members that form smaller groups to work through certain topics and then maybe provide that information and feedback to the board so that it can be discussed globally amongst yourselves.
Bill, could the committees have a point or would the board be able to appoint advisors for those committees that would help them do their work?
I think so.
Yeah, I think, right, I think formally you're making committees, like Sarah said, among yourselves, but where you're welcome to pull the advice from wherever you need to make your choices.
Okay, well, that, if I may, Bill, that brings the question of, are these committees subject to open meeting laws and everything?
Subcommittees, when they gather to discuss, are subject to open meeting law. If you're consulting with outside resources to gather information to bring back to subcommittees, then those specific discussions wouldn't be subject unless they come to you to present maybe to the subcommittee as a whole. Does that make sense to you? So if it's one member of the subcommittee going out and gathering information to bring
Yeah,
back,
okay, yeah.
then that would not be
I see,
subject.
yeah.
But when the subcommittees meet and discuss things, that is also subject to open meeting law.
Okay, thank you. Anybody have anything else?
Sure, I would just, I'm sort of looking at these roles and responsibilities against the statute language and their powers and duties, just make clear that, to make sure that they're consistent and not at odds with each other. That'd be my only suggestion.
So it could be then moved into a committee or, like this should go to the policy committee or this should go to your bylaw committee and then make sure that you check back and bring in the actual language from the statute.
Good, yeah, just want to make sure that we're consistent with what our statutory responsibilities are.
Very good. Anybody have any else? I think I've got that. So you'll make sure, we'll have to make sure that committees match up statute with the responsibility roles.
We're gonna have that in the minutes.
Okay, so with that being said, does that cover everything under B and we're moving on to open meeting law?
Yes, unless there's something that you all want to discuss regarding that.
Does anybody else have anything?
Derek, on advisors, I know we have Tisha here, that's Tisha for NRCS here, but what about other federal partners that we've worked with in the past? Do we need to include some representative from the Forest Service, from the Bureau of Land Management?
That is totally up to this board. I just knew that as we were forming, many individuals approached me and said, we need Miss Keisha there. And I said, you got it. That's what I'll work on. I mean, but yes, if you have others that you want to make sure of, join as an advisor, then this board could, later on, if I didn't mess up, the agenda should say that you have you're going to vote on advisors. And so she's here, so you can ask her if she's willing to accept that position and then and then take a vote.
Mr. Chair, I have a question.
Right?
How many advisors are we talking about having?
The statute does not say a limit.
So
is that something the board decides on?
if we want to choose more advisors to come in, I believe that's what she said. But there is only a limited number of state people that can sit on the board and make decisions.
And vote. Advisors can't vote.
Okay, does that clarify your answer to the question? Yep. Okay. Anybody else have anything else to add? Okay, well, I think we're going to move on to the open meeting law portion.
Okay, so we're just gonna do a quick run through of what open meeting law is and what it means to this board. And I'm not one to reinvent the wheel, so in your packet of information, there is also the open meeting law 101 open meeting law in a nutshell. That's from the Ombudsman's office. And that's essentially the same information that I'm presenting to you in this PowerPoint. The training video hit the highlights of what the Natural Resource Conservation Board is here to do. And Deb outlined for you guys the powers and duties of this board. Essentially, you're facilitating the technical, financial, and educational resources with the districts and helping them build partners amongst themselves and with the federal government. So how does this board conduct its business? And we're going to go through the core concepts of open meeting law. I apologize. I'm just essentially going to read these slides to you and you can track along with me. But if you have any questions or anything like that, please feel free to interrupt. So all meetings of any public body shall be public meetings, and all persons so desiring shall be permitted to attend and listen to the deliberations and proceedings. And that's ARS 431.01A. Then it goes on. It is the public policy of the state that meetings of public bodies be conducted openly and that notices and agendas be provided for such meetings which contain such information as is reasonably necessary to inform the public of the matters to be discussed or decided. So why do we have open meeting law? There's 5 highlights. First, it's to protect the public, to avoid decision-making in secret, and to promote accountability by encouraging public officials to act responsibly and responsibly. Number 2, it's to protect public officials. So notice is to avoid being excluded. The agenda is to prepare and avoid being blindsided. And the minutes are made to accurately memorialize what is happening during the meeting. The third reason we have open meeting law is to maintain integrity of the government. The fourth is to have better informed citizenry. And the fifth is to build trust between government and citizenry. So what constitutes a meeting? A meeting is a gathering in person or through technological devices of a quorum of a public body at which they discuss, propose, or take legal action, including deliberations. And this includes telephone and email communications. For this board, a quorum would be 6 members gathering to discuss a topic. So it's basically a majority of the members of the board. So if 6 of you are together discussing a subject that is part of your business practices, then that would be considered a meeting.
Ma'am, so if just 2 of us were at a coffee shop or something and the discussion came up, that's okay?
That's okay. Who must comply with open meeting law? So public bodies are required to comply with open meeting law, and that means the legislature, all boards and commissions of this state or political subdivisions, all multi-member governing bodies of departments, agencies, institutions, and instrumentalities of the state political subdivisions, including without limitation, all corporations and other instrumentalities whose boards of directors are appointed or elected by the state or political subdivisions. Public bodies include all quasi-judicial bodies and all standing, special, or advisory committees or subcommittees of or appointed by the public body. So that goes to your subcommittee question, whether they would be subject to open meeting. So what is required under open meeting law? And the first thing that is required is notice. Public bodies must post a disclosure statement on their website or file a disclosure statement as provided for by statute. And the disclosure statement states where the public body will post individual meeting notices. Open meeting law requires at least 24 hours notice of meetings to the members of the public body and the general public. And notice must be posted on the public body's website unless otherwise permitted by statute. Notice must also be posted at any other electronic or physical locations identified in the disclosure statement or by giving additional notice as is reasonable and practicable. So right now, because the board doesn't have a website, the notices are posted on ADOA's website. A notice is basically telling the board and the public when meetings will be held and where they can go for other information. An agenda. So the agenda must contain information reasonably necessary to inform the public of the matters to be discussed or decided. And agendas must be available at least 24 hours before the meeting. So the agenda is what we have outlined here, which is the subjects that are going to be discussed by the board during their meetings. And it just has to have enough information so the general public would have a reasonable understanding of the subjects the board is going to talk about. It doesn't have to have all of the details. What are the public's rights? So the public has the right to attend, to listen, to videotape, and to tape record. They do not have the right to speak, and they do not have the right to disrupt. It truly is up to the board whether or not to allow the public to provide comment or ask questions. That is not a legal requirement for the board. Item 4 talks about calls to the public, and that is when the board on their agenda leaves a part of their meeting open for the public to ask questions or make comment. An open call to the public is an agenda item that allows the public to address the public body on topics of concern within the public body's jurisdiction, even though the topic is not specifically included on the agenda. So they can ask questions or provide comment on something that isn't specifically on the board's agenda for that day. However, if it doesn't touch on it, I'll mention it later. If the public asks a question or raises a topic that's not on the agenda, the board really can't respond in any way. They can take note of the
Respond or act.
either. Things that aren't on the agenda to be discussed cannot be discussed during the meeting. They can't be voted on. And really, the only thing that can be said is that we'll take that into consideration. We'll have our staff research it, and they can also ask that it be added as a future agenda item. Although open meeting law permits the public to attend public meetings, it does not require public participation in the public body's discussion and deliberations, and does not require a public body to include an open call to the public on the agenda. So it's not a requirement. An individual public officer may respond to criticism, ask staff to review an item, or ask that an item be placed on a future agenda, but he or she may not dialogue with the presenter or collectively discuss, consider, or decide an item that is not on the agenda. So if a member of the public, for example, makes an attack of one of the board members, that board member can respond to that criticism. And that's essentially the limit of the kind of conversation that can take place. It's also not an opportunity for a question and answer. But the board members are entitled to essentially respond if a member of the public makes a personal attack. Please note that individual members of the public body may respond to criticism by individuals who address the public body during the call to the public, but the public body may not collectively discuss or take action on the complaint unless the matter is specifically listed on the agenda. So if what the public is commenting on is listed on the agenda, it can be discussed by the board. The difficulty may come if the call to the public comes at the end of the board meeting and the board has already deliberated and taken action on an item. Then it ultimately is up to them whether to just thank the public member for their contribution and move on, or whether they want to reopen or revisit an agenda item where action has already been taken. Public bodies may impose reasonable time, place, and manner restrictions on speakers, and restrictions may be narrowly tailored to affect a compelling state interest and may not be content-based. So essentially, if you want to limit members of the public to 2-minute comment, or limit one representative from each organization to making a comment to the board essentially has the power to create guidelines for what the public comment can be. And a member of the public body may not knowingly direct a staff member to communicate in violation of the open meeting law. Executive session. So public bodies may hold private executive sessions under a few limited circumstances. In executive session, the public is not allowed to attend or listen to the discussions, and the public body is not permitted to take final action. Members of the public body may not vote or take a poll in the executive session. There are, I believe 9 now. I'm sorry if that's a typo. Authorized topics for executive session. So if the board wants to go into executive session to discuss personnel, they must notify that individual or employee that they will be discussed during executive session. And I believe that the discussion can, for example, be a discussion of their salary or something sensitive. But if that employee, with the exception of their salary, wishes to request that that discussion take place openly, then that employee can make that request of the board. And then that discussion would have to take place in an open setting, open to the public. All these other topics can be held in executive session, and all of these conversations would be confidential to anybody outside of the board. Discussions or consideration of records exempt by law from public inspection. So if there's a sensitive matter or something that would be held as confidential in any other setting, then executive session is the place for those discussions of the board to be held, so that that confidentiality is maintained. Legal advice. So anytime you would like to consult with the Attorney General's office on something, and to maintain the attorney-client privilege, so your discussions with us are privileged, then you would want to ask for an executive session. And the request to go into an executive session has to be a motion of a board member, and I believe it has to be second.
Question.
Yes.
Do you have to record the executive session as well?
Yes.
And to take minutes, but it's not part of the regular minutes and regular recording, correct?
That's right. So executive sessions are recorded in some form, so they can
Right.
be minutes, just written minutes of what was discussed, or it can be a recording, but that information is not readily available to the public. It's just essentially a record keeping of what actually takes place in the executive session. So discussion or consultation with public bodies lawyers to consider pending or contemplated litigation, settlement discussions, and negotiated contracts. So again, an opportunity to speak with your lawyers regarding pending litigation, settlement discussions, which would generally be privileged or confidential, or if you're negotiating contracts and you don't want to disclose, you know, the boundaries of those negotiations, or give the members of the public an insight into what might be driving or motivating the board's negotiation. To discuss and instruct its representative regarding labor negotiations, discuss international, interstate, or tribal negotiations, discuss the purchase, sale, or lease of real property, to discuss matters related to school safety, operations, plans, or programs, and to discuss security or safety of buildings, facilities, operations, critical infrastructure information, or information technology maintained by the public body. And these last two prongs, essentially, if you're going to be discussing security or safety protocols or things of that nature, you probably don't want the general public to know what those operating procedures are, or you know. So in those instances, you have the ability to ask for an executive session. Notice and agenda. Agendas for executive sessions may describe the matters to be discussed more generally than agendas for public meetings in order to preserve confidentiality or to prevent compromising the attorney-client privilege. Nonetheless, the agenda must provide more than a recital of the statute that authorizes the executive session. So if the board does want to go into executive session, it does have to be part of the agenda. And so more general description of the information or discussions that are going to take place in the executive session have to be outlined in the agenda. They don't have to provide as much detail as regular agenda items, but it does have to provide the public a reasonable amount of information about what the executive session is going to be about.
I have a question.
Yes.
On number 4, the call of the public, how is the first sentence of the 3rd dot and the 5th dot not in conflict with each other?
So an individual public officer may respond to criticism, ask staff to review an item or ask that an item be considered or placed on a future agenda, but he or she may not dialogue with the presenter or collectively discuss, consider, or decide an item that is not listed. And then number 5 being a member of the public body may not knowingly direct a staff member to communicate in violation of open meeting law. So basically, I think what you're asking is what is the distinction? So here I would say that the distinction is that you can gather information from the public and then just direct your staff member to research the issue and then come back to the board in a public setting to discuss it. And please, if I'm going in a different direction than what your question is.
No, that's my question. But then you get to the 5th one.
Right.
And then, says you may not knowingly direct staff member to communicate.
So I think the crux of point 5 is that you can't direct a staff member to communicate in violation of open meeting law. So you can't direct them to do something that would be in violation of transparency or that providing information and discussion openly. So if it's to research something and then provide that information back to the board at the next meeting, and that is part of the agenda, it's an agendized item where everything is being discussed openly and the public has an opportunity to listen to those discussions and deliberations of the board, then that wouldn't be a violation of open meeting law. But if you're directing, I'm trying to think of an example, but if you're directing your staff.
I can give an example.
Okay.
Smaller bodies usually, but you could direct your staff to basically have the 6-member conversation through the staff, and that would be prohibited. So you couldn't tell the staff that, okay, go talk to you 6 over there, and like, well, it'll all come through you, kind of a spoken hub type of thing. That would be a violation because the 6 of you couldn't have a discussion without violating the open meeting law. So you can't use it. The staff member is kind of a go through. That's one example that comes up like city council sometimes.
Right. Okay.
Sometimes the questions come up as things happen, and that's okay too. So if you find yourself in a scenario where you're not sure, that's when you can pose the question to us about where we think the law directs us to go. But really, ultimately, the point and the objective of open meeting law is to create transparency so that the public has an opportunity to listen in on the discussions, deliberations of the board. So in this example, you can't get together as a group of 6 and discuss business. So then you couldn't also maybe give all of your feedback to Deb and then have her disperse the information to y'all individually, so that essentially you're having that deliberation or dialogue as a group, even though you're not all getting together to meet. Does that make sense?
Well, probably to everybody else. So during the meeting, could we ask Deborah to meet with this person and find out their issue or something? Now, is that legal?
No, I think that's fine.
Yeah.
I think to have a staff member research an issue that the public brings to you, As long as that research is then distributed to the board openly and the deliberation and discussion of that information is done openly, I think that's fine. It would have to take place at a future meeting though, because unless it's already
Right,
on the agenda, it's something that the public has to have notice that that's going to be a topic of conversation. So Deb can, basically go out and gather information for you to bring back to the board to discuss as a group.
Good, thank you.
You're welcome. And let's see, I think this last slide mostly has to do with minutes. So I'll move quickly through it. There's some finer type that I don't even know if I need to get into, but public bodies must take meeting minutes of all meetings, including executive sessions. They may be recorded or written, keeping in mind that permanent records must be on paper. Public session meeting minutes must include date and time and place of meeting, the members who are public or absent, a general description of matters considered, and an accurate description of all legal actions proposed, discussed, or taken, and the names of the members who propose each motion, members who make statements, members of the public that make statements, any materials presented to the public body, references to legal action, etc. Executive session minutes must also include the date, time, and place, names of the members of the public body present or absent, a general description, an accurate description of all instruction given, and other matters that may be deemed appropriate. And again, just to reiterate, no action is ever taken in an executive session. It's really just a confidential discussion. The meeting or recording of the public session must be open for public inspection no later than 3 working days from the meeting, except as otherwise provided. And then there's a nuance that I don't believe would apply to us here, so I'm gonna just leave it here for reference for you. Minutes of executive sessions must be kept confidential except from certain individuals. And how long meeting minutes are maintained is determined by the public body's record retention and destruction schedule authorized by the Arizona State Library and Archives. And persons in attendance may record any portion of the public meeting as long as the recording does not actively interfere with the meeting. Acceptable recording equipment includes tape recorders, cameras, and other means of reproduction. So that's it. Open meeting law in a nutshell. You also have a little bit of a different format and just that handout from the Ombudsman's office. And at the end of the day, if you have any questions, yes.
So in your open meeting law, I wonder when you have posted an agenda like 24 hours prior and you're having your meeting today, and someone has another item to add to your agenda, is that accepted?
No, you have to post 24 hours in advance so the public has 24 hours notice of what will be discussed. So if there's something you would like to add and it's within that 24-hour window, it would have to be moved to the next meeting.
If you're recording it, your excuse me, deliberations, your minutes with a tape recorder, and you have to necessarily, because of the law, transpose it to paper. Can you get rid of the recording, or do you have to keep it too?
I don't believe you're required to keep the recording. I think if you have sufficient information written down, your meeting minutes are documented, then a recording isn't required. Often though, a recording is the best way to capture what happens at the meeting so that accurate minutes can be generated after the fact. Would you agree with that, David?
I agree.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. So,
Paul?
Regarding the public comment, can you just clarify? The call to the public is one thing, but for any other item that we're discussing, is there any possibility of them inserting comment into that discussion, or is there only place that we can take public input during the public comment section?
I would say the board has some discretion over it. It's never required to allow the public to participate, but if you would like to take a call from the public while you're actively discussing an item, then the chair always has the ability to take something out of order. So as long as a call to the public is included on the agenda, I believe you could take public comment at the time that, you know, say you're deliberating on something, but you haven't taken an action yet, and you'd really like to include some of that feedback in the, before you decide how to vote. Then you have the discretion to open it up to comment from the public.
They do that, so I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah.
So is the call to the public subject to the minutes, to be transcribed in minutes?
Yes, it's all included. It has to be agenda.
All the comments
And the comments are also included in the minutes.
included.
Yeah.
Anybody else have anything they want to ask?
Okay.
No?
Thank you for your time. And again, David and I are here for all of you, and we're happy to be here to support.
Thanks, Sarah. Ken, Dave, for being here.
The other thing I would like to inject is that one of them will always be at your meetings. So if folks, you know, do have a question in the middle of the meeting, there'll be somebody.
Everybody good with that? Okay, so the next item is letter B, development of bylaws, policies and operating procedures. Is there a
This is just.
page in every, or all three of them?
Yes, there is. You can just flip through, but this is strictly discussion moment. Later in your voting section, you will then appoint folks to do committees to work on, and then bring it back to the full board for discussion. So you don't have to discuss them today all the way through and like try to, you know, line by line what you want in it, but you can have a general discussion if you'd like today on things that you want the committee to consider when they work on it.
Would it be best to have that discussion? So this is just a presentation of what's in your book, and then to have that discussion down here under H during committee formation?
Yep. Well, I think now is when you have a discussion. If you want to just briefly look at it or discuss it, and then say, hey, when you form your committee, we want to make sure that we cover this, or something like that. Or since I know that I sent the materials out like a week ago, but I'm sure folks haven't had a chance to really look at them or read them. You might just want to note that they're here and move on to, we're going to form committees later on, you know. It's up to you. You guys can discuss anything you want right now.
I'm going to open it to the floor. Does anybody have anything that they came across right offhand that they want to bring forward right now? If not, we'll review it later on in the agenda.
Fair question. So again, looking at the language in the statute, it talks about one of the responsibilities of the board is to adopt administrative rules that the board deems necessary to properly carry out this chapter. And so am I thinking that the bylaws and the policy and operating procedures constitute those administrative rules, or are those something different? And I know state agencies are required to go through a formal rulemaking process through the Secretary of State's office. I'm assuming that this board is not subject to that state formal rulemaking process because it uses that word in the statute. Am I thinking about that right?
I'm going to let it.
Yes, and the other thing I'll say is that you can always pose questions to us during an open meeting that isn't it's not necessary to go into executive session. So you can just ask us questions. It's just, you're essentially waiving that ability to have a confidentiality privilege. So you don't need to use it every time. In this instance, I would say, no, we're not subject to the governor's regulatory rule council that is required for administrative rulemaking. I think that part of the statute that you referenced about the board's ability to make administrative rules, the policies and procedures are really where the board fleshes out what their process is for for taking the actions that they take to facilitate their goals as the board in enhancing the ability of the districts to do what they want to do. So, you know, part of it is to support the districts, but part of it is also to hold the districts accountable. And so if you're creating administrative rules so that there's a process articulated about how this board holds the districts accountable, then the policies and procedures would be the place to articulate that. Does that make sense?
Anybody else have anything they want to bring forward right here? So then we should probably follow up with this later on the agenda. Okay, so go ahead, Mr. Riley.
Are we on the bylaw?
Well, we're on letter D of development bylaw, bylaws, policies and operating procedures. I just said it, like, if there's anything that we want to make note of right now, we can talk about it. If not, we can have a more formal discussion and then an action item later on in the agenda. If there's anything that you want to talk about.
I just had
You
one
have to
thing on,
come. Okay,
one thing on the bylaws, section 4 on the last page, 4. The way it reads that the majority of the 6 possible members of the board to constitute a quorum, and I believe that should be a majority of the 11 possible members. Support, and then I'm curious, if that's correct, what if we don't have a full 11 members? Is quorum still calculated off 11 or the actual membership is full?
So I believe that I would agree with you that the wording of this is a little bit confusing. A quorum is the majority of the members of the board. So if you only have 9 board members present, a quorum would still be 6 members. It's the number of members that have to be present and to actively vote to have that majority. And so that's why sometimes you only have 6 members present. It doesn't mean that a quorum of those members or that 3 voting members would be able to pass an action. It would mean that all 6 members would have to agree in order to pass an action. And then I would say, yes, this is an 11-member board. So 6 members would make a quorum. But I think that the wording of this is a little bit confusing.
I think it should say a majority of the
11 members,
either
yeah.
11 or all of you. But, so yeah, I think that would be a good correction. But when I asked about the size of the board, I didn't mean in attendance, but if for whatever reason Frank Sloan is not on the board anymore and has been replaced, now we have 10 board members, or is it calculated off of 10 or is it still calculated off of 11?
I think it's calculated off 11. That way, that's our general advice, unless there's something specific on the language you find that says otherwise.
I have a question, Frank.
Yes, ma'am.
So if you have 6 members, if you have 11 and you only have 6, that you have to vote on something. How do you break a tie when you have 3-3? I've just been through this, and it doesn't work when you have 4-4. And that's what happened just recently on the board that I was at.
So in that scenario that you're saying where you only have 6 people present, all 6 members would have to agree to take an action. So,
I don't think that's always true. It depends on how the statute's written. In some cases, yes. Some cases, it's a majority of the members present. And if it's 3-3, it will be, it doesn't pass, whatever the motion is. And you can have the motion in the reverse, and I guess somebody can see if that would pass, but otherwise, basically, just the motion.
Fails.
Right, yes.
So with that, if somebody from the public is there or any of the districts of the public, and it's a 3-3 and it doesn't pass, it can't move forward to another, it's dead in the water until we come back as another body on another agenda to revote when we have a
You
higher.
can have people adjust the motion, see if it, but I mean, that's partly up to the chairman, chairperson.
Thank you for
And-
clarifying that. I just wanted to make sure.
Tim, so if your vote's 5-1, it still is, you can't pass anything.
maybe David can clarify the scenario where you wouldn't need, it's a
Right.
majority of the members present.
Yeah, otherwise there's no point.
Right.
Majority.
And it's a majority of the members present, unless there are certain statutes that say a majority of the members, but that's rare. It's usually a majority of the members present. So 5-1 would work,
Okay.
but it would be better if it was 11, and then, that's an easy one.
Well, yeah, in a perfect world, it's always going to be 11, but and it's not reality.
Bill, do you have something?
Yes, size of this board, can the chairman make motions and vote? This is considered a large vote, board, isn't it?
It's not, and So there are, in Robert's rules, there's a more informal process that can be adopted. And I think it's if 15 members or less can adopt a more informal way of conducting their meetings, essentially, where a chairperson can make a motion. Typically, the more formal process is used where the chair doesn't make motions. But ultimately, that's up to the board whether or not to which route they would like to take, whether they would like to maintain a more formal application of Robert's rules and the guidelines for how to conduct meetings, or if they would like to adopt a more informal process, for example, where you don't have to address the chair each time you'd like to speak, or sometimes a consent vote is used instead of a roll call vote. I don't know if you'd like to say anything else on that.
No, I agree. I think if you want to put an exception to Robert's rules, you should probably just put that in the bylaw if you want, if there are specific things you're hoping for.
So if we do want to do that, we need to put it in our procedures.
Right, because otherwise we'll default to Robert's
Okay.
rules.
Sure. Okay, thank you.
I would like to jump in and say, because I know that folks had asked me that, and so I had previously discussed. The one thing you do want to watch for in boards of this size is that you can get a runaway chair who takes over and just kind of runs his or her own agenda. We're not saying you that, so think about it carefully. Yeah. So think about it carefully as you guys decide what you want in your bylaws / policies.
Mr. Chair, so at what time and point do we make this decision if we're going to allow that type of?
Well, we're discussing it right now.
Yeah.
But we were gonna have a vote on it later on in the agenda.
Yeah.
It'll be down here, I think, in HC. Did you have something you wanted to add, Vanessa? Okay, thank you. Pam?
So our making a motion by the chair and voting by the chair looked on as the same thing.
No, I believe that the chair always participates in the vote. So the chair always has a vote on whatever motions are made. It's just Robert's rules typically says that the chair doesn't make motions. So it would be up to the other members of the board to make motions. But if it's a small board, then sometimes it's helpful if the chair can make motions. And so it's a more informal approach to conducting business where the chair can make motions, but they would always participate in the vote.
Okay. Does logic dictate that we're a small board? And if we don't want to be, do we need to make that designation in a meeting? That we're not a small board, we're going by a large board's rules?
Well, the way it's described is a 15-member board or less can basically make a choice to have this more informal approach. This is the largest board out of the various boards that I assist with. So in my mind, it's not a small board. A small board may be 3 members or 5 members. But it's really up to you.
Doesn't Robert's rules define what's a small and large? And
Yes, it's 15 members or less.
I thought it was a little smaller than that, but I'm sure you're right.
Well, we just checked.
Just
They
checked.
checked.
Oh, we had that-
Yeah. Well, but then actually when we looked at it, it was even more than that. So this board could qualify as a small board.
Okay.
Do we need to say that, or is it assumed that we're a small board?
It's not assumed. The default is that you would take the more formal approach to everything. If you would like to maybe adopt that more informal approach, I think that's something that should be an action item, something that you vote on, and then also something that's memorialized in your bylaws.
Thank you.
One other question, if you go under the large board rules, does the chairman still have the ability to vote?
Yes. the chairperson always has the ability to vote and should participate in the vote. Unless they're absent, in which case the vice chair would step up and essentially operate the meeting. But they always participate in the vote, even if they aren't making the motions.
Everybody good? We'll go and, talk more and make, motions down the road. Yes, Deb.
Before you move further in the agenda, this is your opportunity to take a quick 10-minute break if you want and come back, or the board says, no, we're pushing through.
What is everybody's feeling? You guys want to take 10 minutes? Everybody wants to push on through? All right. All right, we're going to continue on then, Deb. Yeah, public can go, you guys. Everybody decided to think tough. So now we're moving on to budget and other funding sources item E on the agenda. Deb, do you have anything to add on that?
Yes, so for the budget, I've been working with lots of folks to gather information for you all. As you know, you don't have any funding at the moment. We have individuals that have been supporting us in working with the governor's office to request some, and also legislators to request funding to support basically getting your lights turned on right now. So basically you need some money to pay the AG's office. You need some money to represent. You need some money to have an address, a website, those things that, you know, your responsibilities for posting all your stuff. You need liability insurance. It's a requirement of the state. And of course, reimbursement for travel if there's any funding available for that. But in the future, if you want to go for funding for staff members, you know, then they would be state employees. You could do that. You could go for travel for your state employee in a car. I mean, you can just go all out if you want to request funding. But at this time, and with the way the budget is in the state, the governor's office requested that we keep our request as low as possible. And so that's why the AACD is supporting you all for nothing, basically. We're just doing it under an MOU, as you described. So, but you do need the money to turn the lights on. So there has been a request put forward, Senator Tim Dunn, for $125,000. And so if it goes through, you will have funding to do that. The funding for the conservation districts, which is a line item in the in your statute and in the budget, which has been housed under the Arizona State Land Department. That's also been Senator Dunn has put forward statute that has said that, hey, you're going to switch that money out from underneath their budget and into your budget. So I've been working with the Department of Administration, and you will be paying a fee to, gosh, I can't remember the name now, but we talked about, I can't remember the name of it, but there's a entity that actually handles the funding and writes the checks for you. So, you know, since you don't have a state employee to write the checks, there's a little entity within the Department of Administration, which would basically write your checks for you. But first you have to have that line item number that assigns that funding to this board rather than to the State Land Department. And so that's all in process right now. And so before July 1st, that will take place. And you all can then write the checks and pay the conservation districts. In the middle of all that, we will be working, and it's on the agenda, we'll be working on gathering all of the statutory requirements for you to make your decisions, which is we'll be gathering all of the districts' annual budget requests, the district's annual reports, their annual plans of work, and their education centers as well. And then we'll summarize that all for you and put it together into a package. And we'll have, that's why it's on the agenda to put in a finance committee, and we'll work on all that and present, and then you all discuss it. And you bless your administrator to go forth and work with the Department of Administration to write the checks to the districts. So there's two pots of money that we're working on right now. District money, that's all that they usually get, and then administrative funds for you guys to turn the lights on.
For the board.
For the board. Okay. Then the third pot of money would be quote unquote your conservation fund, which I know we've discussed before that there are folks out there advocating to put funding into that, that fund. Did I say something I should or should not? Or is there something else I should say? Thank you.
That's unusual.
I'm tiptoeing very
Nailed it.
carefully.
Does anybody have any discussion that they want to bring up on this item? Yes, sir.
Mr. Chair, just a question. I'm trying to follow along with the statutory language and it talks about environmental special plate fund. It
Yes.
talks about a natural resource conservation district fund. I think you were sort of alluding to those, but not using those exact
Let me use
words.
those words for you. So the natural resource conservation districts, the state formed ones, not the soil and water conservation districts, which were formed by tribal councils. They have been receiving $12,950 every year. So that money is under a budgetary line item that the state land department had been managing as administrators of the districts. The districts that by statute can request in their budget request every year up to $40,000 for themselves and up to $60,000 for their for an education center if they have one. Not all the districts have one. At this moment, there are 23 education centers in the state. And so, yes, that is the one pot of money that is being directed by by legislation to be moved from the state land department to you all, because that hasn't taken place yet, but there's like specific language, so it's being moved. The other one that we're asking for is just administrative funds for this board to operate legally. And then the other part of statute, we'll talk about the conservation board or conservation fund.
What about the special plate fund?
I'm sorry, special plate fund is statute that was established back in the 90s, where, you know, that license plate you see, it says protect, you know, with the little, Kias or whatever. The money that comes from that's in one of the plate funds, and it's directed to the conservation districts that have a education center, and they get up to $5,000. And it's based on.
A piece.
Yes, for each conservation district that supports or sponsors an education center. It depends on the way that the funds in that plate fund are going. And some years it's not been that great. Other years it's been better. There has been talk about trying to change the plate. And that's something you all can put on your agenda in the future. I know that it's been a request for quite a few of the districts that you guys do that now that you're formed. And you just go through a process with the with ADOT to try to change that plate. And so that money is, and then also, there's not any money in it right now, very little. You get up to $5,000, but Senator Dunn a couple of years ago said, well, let's make it 10,000. And then but there was some pushback on that, so it didn't happen. But now that there's a board here that can discuss how that would be operated, then it would be worth, I think, trying to up the amount that the education centers could get and also change that license plate to interest people into buying it and getting more funding for it. Oh, and then one more thing, just because I know it's kind of, so right now, the in statute, it says, oh, the education centers can have $60,000 per NRCD that supports them. But they've been receiving $30,000, but not individually. They've been receiving a pot of $30,000. So part of what you would be administering and giving to them is splitting that pot up. And right now it's $1,200 per ed center that they get. But their budget requests that you'll be seeing can request up to 60,000. Sorry.
And so it sounds like these funds have been in operation for a while. Is there a balance sheet showing the existing balances, and liabilities and assets?
We're working on getting that from the state land department over here. And then I'll have something to give you. We're working to get you actually control the management of the money. I'm sorry.
Ms. Hicks?
I have to correct myself. I just double checked on the small member board and Bill was right. It's fewer members, 12 members or less would constitute a small member board. So we're just under that cut, but we could still qualify for it. And I apologize. I just had to correct myself on that.
Thank you. Anybody else that has anything they want to discuss on this item?
Yes, sir. Just, sorry, one more thing. Again, looking at the statute language, it talks about districts making an application for budget requests by June 20.
Yeah.
That's coming up quick.
Yeah, that's-
Before we meet again, how are we gonna handle that?
So what I'm hoping is that, one of the committees you form will help me with that budget, with those budget requests. And we're gonna have to do, I know it says once a quarter, but in this initial push to get them their funding by July, I think we're gonna have to meet a couple more times. If in person is more difficult, we could do a teleconference is my understanding. Or Teams meeting, or sorry, Google Meet, so we can all see your faces and we can discuss it and get a vote in and get them paid in July. Normally they get paid in July at the beginning of the fiscal year. And so it's going to be a push. We had hoped that the board would get appointed back in December, but it took a while. Here we are. And so there is, but that is one of the, I'm hoping the requests of a committee that's formed just to help me get going and get things summarized for the full board vote.
Mr. Chair,
Derek?
so assuming that committee is formed, then does that committee have to bring that back to this whole board?
Yes,
On a Google Meet call or something like that?
yes. Yeah, we got work to do between now and June. Well, June 20th is actually when their reports are due. I'm sorry. We're hoping that by July 1st, we will have everything summarized, ready to go. The actual budget requests for next year, I've been told to have ready by August 1st. And then I'm in line, I guess, to present and get it to the right people at the legislative level, legislative budget committee. There's an actual name for it. Miss Emily I'm sorry. Do you know the name of the actual committee? I know.
JLDC.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes. And so, I always forget that name and she always reminds me what that name is. Anyway, so to do that, we just have a lot of work to do, but we have to have that ready by July 1st. August 1st. And then as far as the other, so those are the administrative funds for everything. The request for you all to operate is like a separate request. It doesn't have anything to do with that particular pot of money.
Because we are currently still working on the appropriations through the state land from last year.
Yes.
For where the
For the
districts are
conservation
going to get
districts.
funded moving after July 1. So there's already an allocation of pot of funds
That we're trying
that
to.
we're going to get requests or we're going to get paperwork from the districts itemizing what their request is. There's a line item of funds already sitting there from state land that is transferring over to this board that will be able to administer the first year of district operations. And then the committee will step up and figure out exactly what more detailed or better description of paperwork for this board to receive for funding. Is that right?
Correct. And that's why you have examples of what is there right now. But we're hoping that in committee and then back to this board, we can create better requests from the districts on understanding what they're spending their money on and how we spend it and everything, so that you all can make a summarized request to that committee that he talked about. And the possibility for this board to make a request for more than 12,950 a year, because you're allowed to request up to 40 and 60.
Yeah.
It's just never been able to be done because when it's sat under the state land department, they have different administrative rules on requesting funds, so we couldn't ask for more. But now you all can, and that's like one of the big reasons that everyone's so excited about this board, that you all can hopefully get them more funding to stand on their feet. And the tribal districts, because uptown the state couldn't support the tribal districts, but you all do.
Bill, also for your information, in the past, they've got, the state land department has requested 12,000 per district, and they got whatever the legislature gave them, and they just divided it by the number of districts, no matter if they were active, non-active. Well, they had to be active, but whether they were doing anything. And that's really one of the key things I think that this board needs to focus in on, is helping the ones that are doing stuff and what monetarily as well as emotionally.
But that is something this board can do and develop into their policies, and so that you all have clear steps on and direction for your administrative staff to put everything together and make sure everyone has the support they need to get it all turned into and that they're functioning correctly. And then you decide how your budget is going to be requested and how you give it back to the districts.
Anybody else? Done. Oh.
Well, and I apologize. I keep thinking like everyone knows the interior, like the interior of how we work, and it's because we, been doing it for so long that I forget that not all of our friends know exactly how they function. So thank you for bringing that up.
No worries. Okay, moving on to item 1 under the budget is interagency service agreement, representation of the Attorney General's office. Deb, you have something that is just that we have to have a line item to have the AG office.
It's if once you get funding, then the item that I threw it in here, just so you guys have to look at for the future. If you get funding to engage them, is that the right word, I guess?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Right, so technically, the Attorney General's office is the board's attorney, but we enter into an agreement. Takes some of our requests to do this. There's a draft kind of standard agreement in your packet to review. When you get when you get the number to put in, then we can formalize it.
And so that's just,
That is right after the open meeting law 101
Yes, correct.
is the agreement that he's talking about. If you guys had a chance to look over that.
and you'll be given everything in electronic format again. As we move forward, I'll just keep flowing it over to you since you all have something to look over and review. But I know that folks also like paper too in front of them to make notes on and stuff. So that's what you'll have.
Okay, that was pretty simple. Does anybody have anything they want to ask about that before we move on? Yes, Derek.
Talks about just a 1-year agreement.
It was just repeat. We have a 1-year agreement with all our clients. That's standard process. Largely because there's money that you're going to come in from.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Moving on to the communication protocols. Deb, did you have a point on that?
Well, we just wanted to discuss with the board, especially after hearing your open meeting laws, just to remember about our communication and that we should lay those communication protocols out probably in your policies so that not to the six of you to run out and have coffee and discuss everything, things like that. We can lay it out. And then also how you want me to communicate with you. Do you, each of you can have a different directive to me. If one of you has an assistant and you're like, that's who I want you to communicate with, I'll see you at the meeting. Or if you want me to communicate directly with you, I would like to know, do you prefer text? Do you prefer email? Do you prefer a phone call? Do you prefer all three? Do you prefer a follow-up? That kind of thing. Because the only way to make this successful is if you all know this is happening, you all know you've got the materials in front of you. If there are things is that correct about the agenda? I'm gonna make sure they're allowed to just call me up and say, hey, I want something on the agenda.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I want to make sure, I didn't know if it had to be in a meeting or they could call and say, hey.
Could be at a meeting, but some could just ask you and then everybody has to say, no, we don't want to talk about that.
And then it just gets tabled and they move on. Okay.
Does any new thing, like if a board member calls her between meetings and say, I want this on the agenda, does the agenda for the next meeting need to be approved by the chairman for that meeting? Or is it just that the executive director's behest of what's going to be on for that next meeting?
I think you can, Sarah could have another opinion too. I think partly you guys can decide for your own selves. Often, whenever somebody requests ends up on the agenda, but if it really comes down to like you guys have hundreds of things on the agenda, you might want to decide on a different process. At some point, it's a time issue.
So, okay. If I had my way, we'd be here all day. So yeah, I think it's, in other words, I will have open communication with all of you and definitely directly with the chair, right? And I can call the chair and you guys can detail that. Once again, that committee can work on that in your policies and say, yeah, we're going to let folks give agenda items to the executive director, and then the final approval will be the chair, or just, hey, it's the executive director can throw it on for us. And you, or administrator, you can use whatever term you want, is what I understood from the statute. It's basically whatever you want to call me. Hey, you, hey, you can do this. So does that sound good? So maybe, the other thing about communications is all paper versus electronic. I've had folks approach me before and say, quit doing paper, just let us bring our computers and put it all electronically. We can just follow along. And, I'll make minutes on the computer, or no, we want paper, we want minutes, we want you to bring the books back, or we want the books. I need guidance as we move forward, please, on how you all want to communicate. I would think that the best way, though, is they put it in the policy, or can they just verbally tell us in this meeting, hey, I want you to do this. I want everything to be electronic at the next meeting. Yeah,
I think they could do that. I mean, the form of the community,
that's okay. That's why this discussion's here. Okay.
Yeah, I don't think every action or
Mhm.
practice of the board necessarily needs to be memorialized. I think it's the important stuff.
Yeah.
And I would also add that, for example, with the agenda, it's like a drafting process. So often Deb drafts the agenda and she consults with our office, and from my experience, the chair is involved in that drafting process. Even just the creation of the language of how an action item is described, or the order that topics are going to be listed. So often the chair is involved in the drafting of the agenda, and having them involved is good, because they're the ones that are going to be running the meeting. And so if I think having the chair take that last look at the agenda and provide some input is often very good.
Plus, I sent the draft out, I think a month ahead, after we picked the date, and I put draft on it, if I remember correctly, and then you guys helped me finalize. So in this instance, yeah, they'll take a pass, and the chair can take a pass, and then if we can send out, but that draft, I think, to the whole group is useful, because then you have a minute to say, well, wait a minute, you forgot my topic, or I really need to talk about A, B, C, D, or whatever, if that's okay with the group, if we continue that way.
Yeah, that's fine. Just you have to make sure that you don't reply all, which I don't think the emails will be set up that way, but just to make sure you're going back through Deb, and Deb will send it out to the chairperson.
So that they're not communicating as a board. I am the funnel me. So does that help? Is that a good way to handle things for now? We can always change things up as we go. And then maybe just as you're leaving today, maybe just drop me a, hey, please text me, or please don't text me, or please, whatever works for you all as an individual. I appreciate that. Was there anything else I was supposed to cover after that? Sure. That was good. Okay, thank you. I'm done, Mr. Chair.
Okay, with that's total communication protocol. We'll move on to future training and presentations.
One of the things that not the state appointed folks have to do, that the rest of you are going to have to do, you're going to have to go through Arizona Department of Administration onboarding training. And he's smiling down there. He's been through it. He knows what
State service.
Yeah. And you're all going to become, and this is how they told me, quote unquote, an employee of the state. You're going to use your taxpayer ID number and all this stuff, because they're going to run you through everything. Eventually, you're going to have to come down here and meet with one of them and give you a copy of your ID in front of them with your face, so that they can prove it's really you, that they are attaching their line item numbers to, so that they can pay you and reimburse you for travel, that kind of thing. But that'll happen. I was talking with that individual that's in charge of that a couple weeks ago. Well, the woman I was working with left recently, and they just replaced her. So we're kind of starting the process over again, but we're going to probably have you guys start in July. But you get away with it, and you two down there, you don't have to do it because you're already there. So that is one training that you're required to do. And then there are other trainings available, like today we got the open meeting law, but there are plenty others out there that the state offers, the Department of Administration, and we can run through any training at any time that you would like if you have a question about something. The other thing is that we can run through more district training. Like I said, I've got over 80 videos, and we're super excited about them and would love to share them. So if you want to listen to some more things about districts and how they should be operating, let us know. We can put them on the future agendas.
On that training, Deb,
Yes.
is it possible we could do that during our summer conference? Well, some of us have to travel a little further than others. I'll just as soon do it.
I hear you. So the actual training part of it is online.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, just at the end of all
You
your
just
training.
have to meet with them and.
Yes, and show you, right? And so, yeah, you could certainly set yourself up to do that.
Okay.
Yeah. I
Awesome.
know you got a long way to go. So yeah, but we just needed to warn you that one training is required.
Okay.
Okay? And Mr. Dunn, you okay? You have a,
I'm so.
okay? I know you don't like that kind of thing, but
I love it.
you love it. All right, great. Okay, great. And then you guys let me know if you're looking for other trainings in the future from any department under the state. We can request, your board can request that, and I can work through the system and get it set up and bring it to you.
Everybody good with that? No, state employee? Okay, with that, we'll move on to frequency and duration of regular meetings. You have it quarterly as your suggestion.
Well, no, quarterly is required by statute.
Quarterly is required, it is not suggested.
But here in the beginning, we're gonna have to throw a few more in. Just if you could just give me a little bit more time to get through a little bit more Department of Administration stuff and get some more things set up, then we can do another doodle poll for just a teleconference style meeting, Google meeting, just to get some of this budgetary stuff approved after the subcommittees have worked on it. But for the next major meeting, quote unquote, yes, you guys can come up with, dates and stuff. I think it's further down here where you actually set a date. Am I right? Or is it now? Maybe it is now.
It's coming up, yes.
Yeah, okay. Oh, it is coming up?
Yeah, right after.
Right after, okay, thank you. So anyway, what do you guys, if you guys pick a date now, like, hey, the third Thursday of every third month of the quarter or whatever, then we could set it in stone, so to speak, and then the board at least knows, because a lot of these folks' calendars, as we know, are very tight, and then we have it set. And then, and then the little extra meetings we might have to have virtually to get some things approved, we could set later, as long as we get plenty of notice to folks to get online if they want to listen. So it's up to you all to have suggestions or thoughts or ideas. One of the, I hate to, I'm not trying to jump topics, but down here, there's this whole consideration and possible action to approve, and I think I put it in the wrong place, so I apologize for that. That the Arizona's Conservation District's annual conference is August 12th through the 13th. And as he mentioned, he's got a far way to go, and so does Frank and others. If they all have to come here around that time, it's a good idea to maybe put the meeting then too, so that they don't have to make, 2 trips. The reason why that also is on there, just something to be thinking about until we get down to that agenda item, is that every year, the State Association holds their annual conference, which is required by their bylaws. And they've always invited their commissioner to come speak. Well, you all are now their commissioner. And I have had, I don't know how many phone calls. There's like 250 district supervisors in the state that have requested the new board to be there and to have a little discussion about who you all are, what you all do, and what you bring to the board kind of thing. And so that people can meet the board. And so I had a discussion with these folks about, wait, that's a quorum and what do we do and can they meet? So yes, but you can't, I'm gonna let you say, you can't answer questions, you can't promise or have discussions about agenda items or.
Right. I mean, basically, you can't have the discussion that you guys would have here together, but you can something.
And they can talk about what the board's working on, just like the commissioner used to do. Like, hey, we're working on this, or we're working on whatever, but you can't make actions or say somebody, yeah, we'll do that. So you just have to be careful. But anyway, so that comes up later on the agenda, but something to think about if you want to place your next meeting official quarterly meeting then, that is the next quarter. That's July, August, September. So that's the next quarter. So you could make that at that time, you could do it during that meeting. You could have a separate room and hold a meeting, and believe me, everybody would come. Or, you could do the day before or the day after, whatever you want to do. But it does save some of these folks a long haul if we do it, basically around that same time.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
I'd recommend that we hold our next quarterly meeting in conjunction with the Arizona Annual, August 12th and 13th, in that time frame where it might make sense.
Okay, I have a motion on the floor. Do I hear a
Second.
second? Ray makes
Hold on.
second, discussion.
I'm sorry, are you taking it out of order? Because our action item is actually further down right now. We were just discussing. And it's fine if you do want to, but I just wanted to point out, it's out of order on the
Okay.
agenda. You can.
Okay.
But we broke it up that way. No, it's a learning process, and I'm learning with you. But so we were just discussing, and we had it memorialized later in the agenda to take action. And if you want to take action now, that's okay. I just wanted to acknowledge it for everybody.
Okay, so where would it fit down there? Because I thought that was what Deb said, that there was a mistake and it's not underneath the action item.
Right.
Yeah, I don't see it. I don't know what happened to it.
Unless we want to throw it in.
Under E.
It would be under E.
Or we can do
This
it
one,
now.
Yeah, I mean,
well, this one can go under E, but then we're gonna run into the same problem.
Well, if it's not on the agenda, then that is the problem, which is essentially that we're taking action on something that wasn't agendized. But
Okay, so okay, hold on, guys.
I mean, Sarah's totally right. To set up your next meeting, I think you could do that.
So maybe that's what it is. The discussion point that we need to have is in your mind, what quarterly window, second Tuesday, third Thursday, last Friday of the month will be on the next action item of our next meeting. And then in our action item for this meeting, we'll just set the very next quarterly meeting.
Exactly.
Okay, so are you fine with that, with your motion? Because it doesn't work now. I'm sorry.
Mr. Chair, withdraw my.
Okay, so now we're off that. Now we're not in trouble. And has everybody got back on where we're at on our time frame for making minutes at our meetings? Okay, so this work?
yes, I think we're just discussing openly, and as long as no action is taken, then I think it's fine.
Okay.
And
But they have to have the next
And
meeting.
you
They have
can-
to agree to the next.
So I
meeting.
see
we
what
can agree upon for the next meeting as well.
Okay, so,
Can they do it under E since that is under?
yeah, that's what we're just discussing. Is our next meeting will be set up at that
Right,
point,
at that point.
at that. And then future items will
I'll
have
get
to
it back
put
on.
in.
Yeah.
future
I see
dates.
that it
That's
dropped
correct.
off. I don't know how that
Okay,
happened.
so that will get us back on track.
Okay.
Perfect.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so, so now we'll take an action later on in the agenda. And if there's any other discussion items for the frequency of the meetings, we can have it now, or you can think about it and bring it at our next quarterly meeting. Anybody have anything else they want to discuss? Okay. Hearing none, we're going to move on to the consideration of the consent agenda. The first item there is a brief review and discussions of issues to be considered on the consent. Who do you have for that, Deb?
So one of the consent items, consideration of possible action, is going to be the approval of appointed district board supervisors. So you have a list. If you keep flipping, the list looks like this. There's a green stripe across the top. And we, in the middle of the transition between the state land department and this board, which ended December 30th, right? So their administration ended December 30th. Your administration started January 1st, and we were working on all this. Well, last May was your elections. And in June and July, folks were voting to appoint people to their boards. And these folks on this list did not receive an oath of office. So they're not actually legal yet. And
Well, we.
Oh, let her finish. first.
yeah, okay, so all we're looking for when you get to the consent vote is for you just to approve all these folks so that we can give them an open office. Now discussion, because you're not actually voting yet, so now. discussion.
All of, I know as far as Fredonia NRCD was concerned, all of the paperwork, the voting and everything was held according to the policies. But Jackie never did anything with it.
Yes, and you're on the list.
Okay.
We have you. Yes, that's what we're waiting for, those oaths of office.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so, hold on, we're jumping around. So
Sorry.
I guess the thing is like this should be a brief review. Do we want to review what needs to be on or what can be on the consent agenda is what I'm asking before we get to the point. Does the Attorney General have anything on the review for a consent agenda that they wanted to present?
So on a consent agenda, it's essentially a vote, like all in favor, or is there any opposition? Like a motion where it's a vote by acclamation, where unless somebody states that they're opposed to something, it's not a roll call vote where you go individual by individual and they have to state their vote, but it's more of you put it out to the board, and then if nobody comes back in the negative, then the motion passes. So for a lot of administrative type items or passing the minutes and that kind of thing, that's what would be put on the consent agenda, where it's
You're right, but it's also one vote for the whole agenda. So like all these people, I mean, you can have a very long consent agenda, it's one vote, and then the members could pull off things from the consent agenda to have a roll call vote if they want to, but it allows a way to get through a lot of things at once.
So on our current agenda, it has the brief review, and then it has item B, item C, item D. Underneath this agenda, are we trying to pass the agenda, or are we trying to review each item for discussion and then pass a consent agenda?
I think, well, it could be both. So I think in this case, my understanding when it was written, but I guess I can see why it's not so clear, was that you're voting on this consent agenda, which included those things, but you could also decide that, well, you don't want any of those things to be on a consent agenda and pull them off. So it could be both. Does that make sense? I mean, you can have the first discussion and say, do we want to vote on these things on consent agenda? You know, and you can ask me vote yes or no. And if somebody so moves, and then you could, apply it to the information that's in front of you.
Because, this stuff is stuff that has to be done for district statute, et cetera. Does it need to be explained for benefit of the board, or can we just say items D, C, or B, C, D on the consent agenda, move forward?
Normally, that's what you would do, and I think, so as we evolve creating these agendas, consent agenda would probably have like an addendum where it would all kind of show up. It would just say consent agenda, and then it would be, A through double Z of the things that are on it, and then it's just, somebody would make a motion to approve it, discuss, pull up items if you wanted to, and that one vote would take care of everything. So, but what routinely goes on there is something you guys can decide.
So, excuse me.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Bill.
So would it be proper to say, I move to add this item to the consent agenda?
No. No.
Okay.
It has to be on there if it has.
At the beginning.
You can pull it off.
But you can't add it.
But that's why they're listed, so that you all can just vote them in without, but right now, he's on the A, which is a brief review. So I'm just giving a brief review of these 3 items, and then you'll come back. And so if somebody says, hold this one off, I don't want to vote on this, but I do on the other 2, that's when they can make that motion. If they're upset about this one item and they don't want to vote on it on the consent agenda.
Now, your other part of that is discussion of issues to be considered. The consent agenda has assumed items that should be on it, right? We can't just throw up what we want to have on there. Is that correct?
You can, but there's a benefit sometimes to taking a roll call vote and ensuring that each person's position is taken into account. Often the consent vote is a more informal way of taking a vote of the board. So typically what you see are the things that aren't looking for, they're there to move quickly. They're not really there to be dug into or picked apart, or, you know, it's the kind of thing that it's more administrative. And so you want to move through it quickly, and it's not what you want to spend your time on. If it's something that needs more discussion, you know, not likely maybe to get unanimous feedback from the board, that's probably something that you would want to have agendized as a separate action item, and probably take a roll call vote versus getting a consent vote on something like that.
And these were topics that I just assumed when I was talking with these folks, that you all didn't want to spend a lot of time on, because they're going to move basically to committee, except for this one. The other two is going to move into a committee, but other than the fact that the others are the reports, right, that are due. And we don't have time to mess with this go around. And so basically I'm trying to get just a blessing to just move forward with the reports like they've been, and then the committee can work on improving them for next year.
Okay, and I think in the future, you know, if you want to review each individual as a group.
Yeah.
You're certainly welcome to. I mean, I would guess, you know, when you're giving out money, that's something you don't want on the consent agenda. You know, so, but you know, it's to some extent, again, it's a matter of how quickly and how much time you want to spend in the specific issues like 7%.
And
It's up to the board, really, how they format it. You guys have a lot of discretion as to how you want your meetings run. And I think some of what is like B, C, and D, these are things that have been pending for a little while. The certifications of these, the heads of the district, the supervisors, have been things that have been in a holding pattern because of the transfer from state land over to the board. And so, you know, the paperwork and the oaths have been completed, and there's been nobody to certify. And so instead of taking them piece by piece, because there's so much material to move through, it's let's take a consent vote. If the paperwork is in, if the oaths are completed, there's, you know, the board approves all of these district supervisors, but essentially because it needs to be done and it saves time.
Okay.
That's the same with the paperwork. I mean, the paperwork, yeah, we've improved some of the wording on the based on the fact that we're not in the 1940s anymore. But the paperwork requests are kind of basically laid out the same way they have been, but we know they need improving, but we don't have time between now and June 20th right now. So that's why they're kind of under this consent agenda, because I knew most of you knew that we don't have time. I just needed to move on. Not that there doesn't need, I agree, there needs to be discussion on that paperwork, and we need to modernize it and fix it. But between now and June 20th, that's not what we need to do. In my opinion.
Okay. Derek?
In consideration of these being put in our books and being able to review them and the timeline that we are under with them right now, I'd make a motion that we go ahead and approve the consent agenda as it's stated here.
I second that.
Okay, we have who's taking minutes?
Claudette.
Okay, we have first, and then Claudette second. You good? Okay, any other, there is no discussion on consent agenda, is there?
I don't think there's any discussion, but I would take a year.
Okay.
Yeah.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Consent agenda unanimously passed. And that moves us on down to H, consideration and possible action to approve item A, the election of officers.
The reason why chair, vice chair, and records officer is listed is those are required for your board. You can have other positions if you want, a treasurer or a secretary, whatever you can, but those three you have to have.
Question.
Bill Dunn.
I'm not clear on exactly the duties of the records officer. I skimmed over this deal here, but that was in our handout. But I can't find it now.
It's, yeah, sorry, I should have said it. We will next time. But basically, the records officer can be responsible to make sure that your staff has everything in order for all of the conservation districts. Like, did they have their quarterly meeting? Did they turn in
Okay.
paperwork? How long are you gonna hold on to that paperwork? But the board will make a decision on that and have a list, and then you make sure it's done. And then, okay, we hit this point, now roll it over to archive. But you guys have to establish that, and then the records officer is gonna just be checking in with the staff saying, are you on track? Have you got this done? And then
Okay.
you will make a report. Whoever's the records officer then would make a report to the board when requested.
The records officer isn't gonna have to look at 32.
No,
Okay.
that's what you have staff for.
I know, yeah, that's a big step.
Yeah, good talk to these people.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
Okay, so for the election officer, we can just open elections.
Yes, you can make a call for nominations if anybody is interested or has somebody in mind that might be good for the role.
Starting at chair, vice, move on in order. Okay.
Yes, and I would take them individually and, I would defer to you in terms of whether you want to do a roll call or a consent vote.
So let's take nominations.
question, Chair. Mr. Chair.
Okay, before we do that, Derek.
So are they elected, are we doing elections every year, or will this be for the term of that person who would be elected to that office?
I believe it's annually. So every year you would have a new election.
But they can clarify in their policy, like when you hold that election. It doesn't have to be every May, because you may not meet in May.
Bill asked a
Question,
question.
year meaning state fiscal year or starting May 12th?
That's a good question. Well, because the board became active at the start of this year, I would say, each year, not fiscal year. But I think I would defer to you again. The difficulty today is that this is our kickoff
Right.
and a lot of the things that we're going to be digging deeper into are just trickling to the surface. So, it's ultimately what you would like.
But it can clearly go through the end of December. That's
Go to what?
the end of this year. You see, it doesn't have to stop June 3rd.
Those, we'll be able to address that in the bylaws.
Which you also will
and the
do.
committees, right? So
But-
kind of
but-
just
but
assume,
initially-
but kind of just assume the first chairman, vice chair in office is going to go at least until December 31.
Okay.
Okay, so that's the chair or vice chair. Those are the positions. Just assume if you're going to get it, you're going to go until December 31 unless bylaw changes, and then we'll
Okay.
make it adjusted accordingly.
Does that need to be in the minutes?
It'll be in the bylaws. at the
Well, it
next-
will, yeah, but I mean.
Oh, for
today-
this one.
For today, yeah.
Do we need to
this
make
one.
that as an official, like this?
I think maybe when maybe you can state once the vote passes that it will be through for a term through and then state the end date, which would be December 31st or.
I mean, if you guys feel comfortable, you can also vote on it. And that's what if you.
If you
people
would
are-
like to
If the
decide,
June 30th to December 31st thing is something that you feel is controversial, you just, somebody make a motion and vote, and that's easy enough.
and then it would clearly be part of the minutes.
Can we try this? I would move that this initial board, officers, yes, serve until December 31st. And then we'll decide after that how to do it.
That's fine.
Well, I would offer, and it's just a thought, but I believe I read somewhere that the vice chair, their role is to become the chair at some point. And so I think that annually by calendar year is that the role of the chair and the vice chair. So certainly for the chair and then the vice chair in that, but I don't want to disrupt if the vice chair is not intended to become the chair. I think it's up to us to figure it out.
Yeah, I mean, so it says the board shall elect a chairperson from among its members, so to me, that doesn't mean an automatic. Right. Okay, so I think you elect every time.
Yes. Are you reading from statute or what are you reading? From?
Yeah, this is a statute. This is
Okay.
60, 11, 8, no,
B.
So that was sort of the question that was forming in my mind. These three positions, are they identified in statute as the required positions for this board?
Only the chair is, but the Department of Administration suggested strongly that we have the other two positions. But I saw in statute only mentioning chair,
That's correct.
but the Department of Administration requires us to turn in the name of your records officer.
Okay.
So I don't want to upset anyone.
And a vice chair is always helpful. just in case-
Of course,
Oh, there
yeah.
is. Oh, all right. Yeah, she was saying there's a law somewhere else.
Probably.
Probably, so, yeah, that's probably why they're asking for it.
Okay, so just to follow up, that these positions would need to be referenced somehow in our administrative rules or our
Yes.
policy or something.
Yes.
Gotcha.
Okay. So,
One final thing is that I believe it has to be from all the district supervisors, not the appointees. So not the agency heads, but the others,
What has to come?
the chairperson.
Oh, okay.
okay, so now we're back to Bill's motion. Yeah, we're back to Bill's motion, so we need a second on that motion.
Did Derek make a motion?
No, Bill did.
So moved.
Okay, Brent seconds that motion of Bill's. Any discussion? Now, this motion is for a term between now and the end of December 31, 25 for this current board slate.
Election,
Elect-
officers.
Officer slate, excuse me. Is what this motion is. Any discussion on that? And ideally, okay, I'm gonna start it off. Ideally, in bylaws that we will present, then we will re-record, that, an officer slate will start January 1 through calendar year. And then that will be official bylaws. Okay? Anybody else have anything else they want to discuss on this? Okay, hearing no other discussion, move to the vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Okay, motion passes unanimously. This is it, chair, these officers' positions will be held until the end of this calendar year. Okay, now open nominations for chairman. Now, do I hear nominations for chairman? Derek,
Nominate Brian Kretz to continue.
okay, does anybody else want to nominate anybody? Seeing none, nominations are closed. All those in favor of myself staying as chair, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Unanimously pass. All right, second position, I open floor for vice chair nomination.
Nominate Derek Knight.
Brent nominates Derek Knight for vice chair. Sadie seconds. Is there any other nominations for vice chair? Seeing none, nominations are closed. All those in favor of Derek sitting at vice chair signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Derek sits at vice chair. Okay, last officer position is the records officer. Floor is open for nominations, record officer. Derek?
I nominate Bill Dunn.
Derek nominates Bill Dunn. Any other nominations?
Wait a minute.
You can't say yes or no. You just have to have somebody else nominate somebody else, so you have a competition. You already, there's somebody, if you think somebody you want to throw into, throw in.
You do have the ability to decline a nomination. If you would not like to.
Do you want to decline?
I really want to.
Then do so. Or nominate somebody else.
Okay, I decline.
Okay. Nominations for a record officer.
Excuse me, is that okay with you? No, we're talking about two different deals,
Yes.
right? Okay.
You're fine. It's okay. Yeah, sure.
Derek?
I nominate Sadie.
I'll second that.
Okay, nomination for Sadie for records officer.
Aye.
Whoa, hold on. Making sure it's in the minutes. I'm getting you good?
I got it.
Okay, so it is recorded in the minutes. Any other nominations for record officer? Hearing none, nominations are closed. All those in favor for Sadie as record officer signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Pass. Sadie is record officer. Okay, that ends the election of officers. Thank you for everybody for running and participating in the officer slate. Item B, interim bylaws and policies and operating procedures. Do you have a direction on this, staff or AG?
It was our understanding that, or it's my understanding from you all, that what we have printed is your interim until your committee moves forward. And I know there's a lot of question marks and open things, but it gives the basics of the ones that are in there are based on statutes, like you can't ignore them. And that's why these draft bylaws and policies are set. You can't ignore what's in there. You can't get rid of them. It's statute. But you're just going to adopt them for now until after your committee works on them.
All right, I will take a motion to approve the interim bylaw policies and can we do?
And I apologize. I would just suggest making the correction that was pointed out regarding the number of members. I think it was the
Do that.
bylaws section 4.
Do that now before as an amendment.
Essentially, whoever makes the motion suggests it with the amendment to that specific section.
Okay.
So that we can correct it.
Okay, I understand where you're going.
But otherwise, they were drafted just directly from the statutes, trying to create something for you to work off of as the committee moves forward to enhance the bylaws and policies and procedures as the board sees fit.
Who had it, correct? Derek, do
It was directed priorly.
you have a good understanding of the motion?
And the correction.
Okay,
I have the correction. I don't know what the whole motion is.
I will take a motion to approve the interim bylaws and policies and operating procedures with the correction to Article 3, Section 4,
One more.
a quorum to be changed to
Of the 11 possible.
the 11 okay, one more time. Majority of the 11 members of the board shall consist of quorum.
So we have to stick the 6 in there somewhere to make it to where there's 11 members, but,
No, majority of the 11 is.
Yeah.
oh, it's 6. You're not putting the actual 6 number.
We don't.
Gotcha.
You said it correct.
Okay. So moved. Okay, Paul makes that motion. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Ray seconds that motion. Any discussion? Are we good in the minutes on the motion?
Can you restate it?
I got you.
Okay, the motion includes approving the interim bylaws, policies, operating procedures with the correction underneath Article 3, Section 4 to state a majority of the 11 members of the board shall consist of a quorum. And then that picks up that it is a majority of the 11 for the quorum, which will consist of
A majority of 11 would be 6. So I said this in a confusing way earlier, but if 6 members are present, then a meeting can be held because that is a quorum of the members.
A meeting is held.
A meeting is held. That's right.
Do we need to have that stated? So there's no uncertainty that,
Hold on, one more time.
do we need to state that in that 11
That is part
member
of,
board, but 6, if there is an 11 at the meeting, because this happens with us all the time.
Yeah.
It's like, how many is important? So we need to state that we need 6 to be able to have a meeting. Is that correct?
It says the majority of the 11, which is by definition 6.
Yeah. you don't need
I think 6 might get confused, might confuse them.
And I might suggest just as the committee forms and works to make these more clear, that the language be enhanced to make it perfectly clear.
Clear the
yeah, because the other way would be to approve it, pull this out, re-amend it, stick it back in, and then approve the amended version of it. Just jumps that step basically. Okay, any other discussion on this? Hearing none, all those in favor of of approving the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those against, same sign. Unanimously passed. Okay,
Mr. Chair, question,
Derek?
question for the Attorney General's office. So as we go through these bylaws, do we need to explain that should there be a minimum quorum of 6 there? That in order for a vote to pass in the affirmative, all 6 must vote in the affirmative?
Well, and that was my mistake. So as David explained, there's 6 members need to be present to have a meeting. And that is a quorum and that is a meeting.
So the
But it's
majority-
just a majority of the present members. So if there's 6 members present, it'd be a majority of that 6, which would be 4.
majority. So thank you.
But I do believe that fleshing all of this out and memorializing it in the bylaws is a great idea, and it really makes clear, not only the board members, but the public, what the board's process is.
Because Sarah's right.
And
The most-
going
the most
forward.
controversial thing will be the thing that we don't,
Yes.
like, oh, 6 people show up and we're, we were arguing over. it. So-
Yes.
This is not
We've
always.
had
gonna
that
be yes.
experience before. So I want to make sure we go.
And
All
then,
right.
and then we will define then about if there's a tie vote, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Does that answer your question, Derek? For
Does.
everyone?
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, the next thing is the committee formation. So under the first item is the bylaws and policy review. Where do we want to go from there?
Well, we just need folks that are willing to work on it. You were suggesting 1 to 2 people would work with staff, correct?
Right, I mean,
Because you don't, yeah, it can be more, but if that's the case, you
Yeah.
might as well throw it on the
Right,
agenda and
that's
all
right.
you hash it out, right?
it's gonna take a bit of work to
Yes.
go through this line by line, so.
And we, yeah, we can discuss this. And we want to make sure that whatever policies, like has been discussed early, matches up with statute, doesn't contradict and mirrors.
And as we work through it, staff with the committee, subcommittee, will also be working with these folks. They will make sure we stay on track.
Okay.
I had that right, right?
Absolutely. No, right, that should be what we're good at, so. we-
Okay. So you just want folks that are
Okay, yeah, I hope-
interested in working on that, at least one. I just need the staff here, your team needs at least 1 person per committee. If you want more, the more the merrier. We love you all.
Okay, I'll take tribute for, the first committee of bylaws and policy review.
I'll volunteer.
Okay, Claudette.
I hate to give the time, but I've done a lot of bylaws, so.
Paul, he would like volunteer his time. Is Mike good for that one?
Yeah, anybody, yeah.
I'll do that
I'll
one.
volunteer.
I'll volunteer for that one. And Sadie? And say, anybody else want to volunteer for the policy and bylaw review committee? Okay, they needed 1, we got 4. Thank you. Okay, so then the next one, are we going to split these out or are we going to try to
Well,
run one?
Finance, oh no, we're splitting it. It's the finance and funding source one.
Okay,
is
we need a
kind of like-
finance committee.
Yeah.
And that will oversee the funding sources, and budget.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
And they'll also be working on the future, the going forward budget. Does anybody want to volunteer for that? Bill Dunn? Volunteers? Anybody else?
I'll volunteer, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Clay does.
Yeah.
Tom does.
I got professionals.
Ray does. Look at this, like an auction.
What am I being?
Yeah, you're first. You're out now. Okay, does anybody else want to sit on the finance committee? Hearing done. Okay, that'd be the good start for the finance committee. Thank you for helping with that moving forward. And then the next one is the strategic planning. What did you want to look on?
For that one, it could be strategic planning for this board, like how are you going to move forward to request funding for your conservation fund? And also strategic planning, we need to have some folks give me the team feedback on, the annual reports and annual plan of works that are required by statute by the districts. They need to be something that functions in a way that it's useful for all of you to make decisions. And right now they're not. So those reports need to be fixed. And so that I think falls under strategic planning because it falls that way for the districts, that their strategic plan. And then you've got your strategic plan, right? So anyway, but it all kind of works together. That's what I was looking for in support.
Okay.
Unless they're over here saying I'm doing something wrong.
No, good.
Okay. I heard them talking. I'm like, oh no.
That's one thing, take more volunteers for discussing one other thing.
Okay.
So anybody that wants help with the strategic planning for the board, I'll take volunteers for that. I'll oversee making sure that the reports coming in are effective use of everybody's time of recording and submissions to the governor's office and things like that. Does anybody want to volunteer for this committee? Derek?
Yeah, I really want Sadie to join if that's possible. Oh, sorry, Sadie, I know that puts you on two. Sadie and Derek, thank you.
Bill, do you want to volunteer?
No. I would like to suggest that we add as advisors to that committee, Steve Turcock and Chris Postel.
Does the chair make that, or can the committee bring in their advisors? The committee can bring in their own advisors.
I feel that the committee can basically reach out to who they need in developing information to bring back to the board for action. So you can memorialize it or you can give them discretion to utilize what resources they have or need.
So you can tell Deborah that you would suggest them.
The reason why I say the discretion is my request is because we were intending to call all of the district clerks in the state together, administrators, and talk to them about what they need from us and their issues and then recording. Not just, I really would like to have that meeting and then have the subcommittee folks there and we can talk about it. Anyway, but yes, go.
Okay, so you got a list of names for that.
Sadie and Derek.
Okay, so that enough committees for the time being?
For me,
do we need to have anything else? We should be fine to move forward as a.
that helps me get over the hump.
Okay, beautiful. Then that includes the committee formation. Okay, next item. Delegation of authority to administrative officer. Okay, so this is directed to Deborah.
You're going to give me authority to do some things that the board needs to have done, but I was told that could not happen until you gave me that authority.
We need to vote on this.
Do we need to make a motion and then have a discussion or just have a discussion?
Because you're delegating your authority
To the executive director of AACD?
No.
To do what?
I mean, these things on here.
Well, I mean, it's the same at this point, but I mean, so the question is technically, it's also would be to your successor if that.
Correct.
It's
So
direct. So
yes,
you're
you're
right.
right. Executive director. You're right. Absolutely right. AAC executive director.
The person who you approved as your administrative officer, which you named a position, not an individual. So, yes.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
On that, make a motion on that. I'll second.
No, not Deborah.
No.
AACD executive director. Just in case something happens to me.
Okay, so you good with that? Your motion will read is that Ray makes motion for the AACD executive director to have administrative authority, to be delegated as the authority to administrative officers. Is that correct?
I would suggest, because she has already been adopted as the administrative officer, if you could articulate what authority is being delegated. So one, it would be the transfer of records from ASLD, two, the authority to create a seal, and three, the authority to create an NRC board website.
Okay, Ray, would you like to have?
Yes, I'd like to add that.
Okay, Ray has that first to include items 1, 2, and 3. Brant seconds. Paul, we're open for discussion.
She may have said it already, but I was thinking that we ought to have one level of abstraction to not specifically saying the AACD executive director, but saying the NRCD administrative officer, in case that changed.
Yeah, because you were already appointed. You're right. You're absolutely right. I think he's right,
So
because you
friendly
guys have already
amendment.
made me your administrative officer. So it's just the NRC board administrative officer is being delegated this authority.
Right, so that he, but
You're right. Mhm.
Paul's point is if you change the delegation from the executive director of that entity to some other person or entity, it would carry with it, which is correct.
Yeah, so it's friendly.
I agree.
Okay. So Ray agrees with the friendly amendment to.
Do something.
Thanks, Bill.
Instead of specifying the executive director of AACD, we specify the administrative officer of the Natural Resources Conservation Board.
NRC board.
Okay, the administrative officer and NRCD.
Yeah, because it's already been established that who that is. And or my successor.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Are you guys good with that back there? Okay, is there anybody else, any other discussion for this item?
okay with it? Okay with it. The
Fran,
second okay
are
with
you
it?
okay with the friendly amendment?
You bet.
Yeah, he's okay with the friendly amendment. Okay, any other discussion?
Can I offer a comment during discussion?
Uh,
Thank you. On the creation of the seal, if anybody wants to have any comments on that, please call me.
I've got one.
Okay. I figured you would. So anyway.
Okay,
Thank you.
any other discussion? Hearing none, move to the vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. You, all those opposed, same sign. Okay, motion passes unanimously. Okay, so that picks up D 1, 2, and 3. So now we're down to E. Arizona Conservation District's Annual Conference, August 12th, 13th, 2025. Clay, do you want to have a discussion on this?
Mr. Chairman, I would propose that our next regular quarterly meeting would occur during this meeting, August 12th.
The August 12th, okay. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Ray seconds.
We'll do it again.
Any discussion on this? Okay, could we? I don't think so.
I have a question. Okay, apparently you had saw a conflict between AACD and board having a meeting same day as this board's meeting. Would that apply to the conference?
No, because we won't be holding it at the same time. He's saying how it fits in best with.
I understand that, but
I think the point may have been that you're all gathering for that conference and you're going to be taking questions and getting feedback from the districts or from AACD. And you can have a question and answer, you just can't conduct business. So because it's a quorum, you have to be careful not to deliberate and take action. But you can give updates on the items that the board is working on. You can have discussions with those that are present from the community. What do you think, David?
So I think what we're asking here is, so you'll all be gathered together. So there's a possibility that there will be a forum, even if it's like a breakout group and there's like 50 people in the room and 6 or more of you are there. So you're still individuals, you can still discuss things, but not as the board. You basically can't be having your deliberations about things that come before you there. So that's what Sarah's addressing, but you can also have a separate board meeting where you do all the stuff. The difficult part is that you'll all be together, there'll be people speaking to you, and you're gonna have to be probably maybe more neutral than you would be otherwise because of the positions you hold here about expressing opinions and things like that. So that's something maybe we could discuss when it comes closer, because that is difficult. There are other boards who have these kind of big statewide meetings, and how do you talk but not talk? And so it is a bit of a line to draw. So You know, I mean, I guess that's something, I mean, I guess that's a pro or con, but I think for the most part, you can, others figure it out, figure it out.
And we'll be careful as we set it up, not to have it like one on top of the other. Plus, it's just the whole point of having the executive board of the ACD meet and you can't have the same agenda items as this board because you've got to pull.
That's correct.
Yeah.
So,
We got to be careful. That's.
well, I think Sarah will do a good job of guiding you through it, but you're right. She's exactly right. You will have to think a bit about what you say where.
Well, I almost.
Sadie just said we could talk in Navajo.
I like to kill two birds with one stone, so maybe there's a way to have the interaction be during the quarterly meeting. Where the board is holding the meeting and AACD is there to, as a member of the public, they can be part of
They
the
are.
call to the public.
Yeah.
And
they are.
that's when they have their comment and question period for the board. And then that way, there's no question. I mean, if it's an open meeting and everything's memorialized and there's a call to the public and it's all,
Or even if it-
I don't know. I'm just offering suggestions and it may be a way to make it as expeditious as possible and so it doesn't raise any other issues.
And it is also possible if there is some type of breakout meeting that's like right on point. I mean, you can notice it, 6 or more members of the committee will be here, that will be kind of just, they know they can show up. I mean, you can't take action there, but they will know that you're basically having a meeting to discuss this issue.
Instead of making it a private meeting, it would be public. So they're saying.
24-hour notice.
Yeah. 24 hours.
And the reason I ask this is everybody doesn't know it, but there's folks that don't like the districts and what they do, and they want to gum up the works if they can. So if we know what the law is and we do everything by the book, why they don't have any reason to complain.
And we'll be on call if you have questions. So.
Okay. Wendy, I got lost. Do we have a motion and a second? Okay, so does anybody else have anything else to discuss on this?
Was the motion specifically for the 12th or for where it fits?
Where-
Where it fits. He was very kind and gave me a window. Thank
Sure.
you.
Anybody else have anything? Okay. Hearing none, move to vote for the next quarterly meeting. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Same sign. Hearing none, motion passes. Future agenda items.
Yeah, I'm sorry, before you get to talking about the future agenda items, one of the items that needs to be on here because it was on there and then it got pulled off and I don't remember the discussion behind it. We want to appoint advisors. And so one of you all need to request it for the agenda.
For the next meeting.
Yes, please. And then that way we can get Ms. Keisha officially appointed and blessed.
Okay, so future agenda items could include appointing advisors.
Yes.
I can make that, right? Chairman can make, okay, to appoint advisors. Regular meeting dates, scheduled meeting dates
Yes, that's the other one.
was the other one.
Yeah.
Anybody else have any other future agenda items for the next meeting? Okay, as always, if there's something that you guys think of when you go home, please contact Deb and we'll see if we can fit it in on the agenda.
Mr. Chair, we do have the opportunity to select additional advisors.
So we will, at the next meeting, that will be on the agenda to discuss who we want to have as our advisor. At that point, we will have that discussion and an action item to choose what other more extra advisors we want to have to help us out. Okay? Anybody else?
So are we going to be having a couple of meetings before the summer conference?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay,
That's just the quarterly one. That's why that's what he said in the motion, the
okay.
next quarterly. The others
Yes,
will
right.
have to happen. So once the chairman and the committees are activated and we're ready to start working, then you just call a meeting. You do like we
Right, the
did before.
bylaws, the
Draft
draft
bylaws.
bylaws you approved allow
Mhm.
the chairman or members to suggest interim board meetings.
And then we can just roll it out like we've been doing. And more than 24-hour notice, of course. Everyone's got very busy schedules. So we will try to do at least 2 to 3 week, which we're gonna have to do soon. Unless you guys have some other suggestions for me, I'm open. I know you three have the,
It was less of a suggestion, just maybe clarification for me. So part of the next agenda might be report outs from the respective committees on what's occurring.
well, no, that would, I think, happen in your next quarterly meeting, for the big stuff.
Okay.
The thing I'm concerned about is getting approval of the budgets and everything, the budget requests from the conservation districts. They're due June 20th, and we have to have everything ready by August 1st. I mean, that's not a hard date, I was told, but if we have it ready by that first week of August, we're in the clear if somebody suddenly says, oh, you're first. But that's what I was told by the Department of Administration, just have our budgets ready by the first week of August. And I don't know about, I was told that they don't even know if we actually will be giving a presentation. We may just be turning everything in. It turns out that not all boards, I guess, give an actual presentation. At least that's what I was told. Once again, I'm still working my way through that system. So if you let me catch up to y'all, and you guys are state agencies, so it's a little different than boards. You guys all get presentations. No matter what.
So, but we will keep following that up for the next meeting to have
Yeah.
a committee report if necessary. I think would be the best place to have it for the future.
Yeah, I mean, all the other stuff definitely could go, like your policies, your bylaws, all that could just go on the next main committee
Quarterly.
meeting or quarterly meeting.
Quarterly,
And the subcommittees could all have discussions. And I know that, for our budget request, the three of you who have so much experience in that, I'm really hoping for some help and support. Hey, this is the best way to get your funds rolling.
Okay, Tom.
I was just gonna say that, for state agencies, the state budgeting process requires a submission by September 1. And then that informs the executive budget for consideration in the next legislation. So if that date is true for this board as well, that October or August 12th, 13th, next meeting would be the appropriate time to take formal action on what's going to be submitted by that September 1 deadline.
Okay, I'll recheck with them. I may have written it down wrong. I just heard first week of August, but it may be first week of September or September 1st. But I'll make sure.
So the timing seems like it might line up for that
Pretty
sort of
close,
process.
yeah.
Anybody else for any future items? Okay, seeing none, hearing none, call to the public. We didn't make a formal process.
It says 2 minutes. And so if is there anyone that is, we're asking here and online?
Okay, call to the public. Anybody want to make a comment to the board?
I have a question. I was trying to look it up. and-
Okay, we can take it and submit it under review if you want to continue with your question.
For how many terms can a board member run for?
We will,
So that might be, yeah.
Am I allowed to answer that or no?
to keep it accordingly,
You
we
guys
will
can.
we'll take your comment and we will direct it to staff and we will bring you an answer at our next meeting.
Thank you.
That will be all right. Thank you.
Sorry.
Anybody else?
Almost makes up for his.
Is there somebody that raised their hand?
Yes.
Online.
Okay, yeah, 2 minutes. Online.
Steve Williams.
It was Lucy Postel.
Postel.
It was Chris.
Chris.
He's using his wife's.
Oh.
hand. Is he able to speak?
He can go ahead and unmute himself, speak.
Oh. Go ahead and unmute, Chris.
How long do we give them for technical?
2 minutes, you gave it.
I can't.
He has to mute himself.
What is appropriate?
Is there a way to frame to chat it maybe?
Right, is there another way to communicate?
Yeah, Chris, could you
I can call
put it
him.
in the chat? Oh, he did. He has to unmute himself. He's unmuted on our end.
Because if you start going.
You're talking about rabbit.
And then it's up.
There might have been another hand raised. Maybe you can move on to.
Okay, was there one more? We're gonna move on. Is there one more hand available on that wanted to comment?
We didn't have anyone else.
I don't see anybody else.
Okay, we're gonna conclude this, and move on. And that brings us to the end of the agenda for adjournment. So take a motion to adjourn.
I make a motion.
Ray makes motion second. Paul seconds. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Right.
All opposed? Unanimously. Thank you, everybody. See you at the next meeting.
Thank you.
Or do we get to take that's all?
If you want them, or we can hold them for you. Bring them with you.